Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and it's time to kill Meadfist. Alright, now, I recommend we send in the archers first to kill Meadfist. Kind of follow through with maybe a mage battalion. And then a tank and some airships, because, my god, that man, it's going to take him a while to bring him down. But we got this, guys, okay? We got this.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The Blight ends here.
So yeah, there's the orcs. Orcs, excuse me. I like that. No, no. But yeah, you see my point about how they're clearly equipped and all that? Again, there's ways to explain this. By the way, that's our first shot of an ogre. There's ways to explain this, and I hope they do someday.
Archers! Hounds! For Ferelden!
Yeah, Hounds first was a terrible idea.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the Tower of Ishal.
Now, if I might be so bold, forgive me for being incredibly toxic. Oh yeah, they also have siege weapons. The Darkspawn have siege weapons. The Darkspawn have...
You will fall!
Like, I want you to actually process and think about that. Then think about how many Darkspawn there are for a second. Think about how many Darkspawn and how much it takes, how much metal and heat and coal and fire and time it takes to make that kind of weaponry for that many people. I'm not saying it's a thing you can't do, of course. That's obviously not what I'm trying to get across. It's just... that is a huge thing. Yeah, the logistics alone of that are insane. I'm sorry for backseating, but again, the only point I'm trying to make, really, is that there's obviously stuff we are not being told about how the Darkspawn operate. That's really my only point, is that there's something going on in the background about the Darkspawn that they've never told us. That's my big point. I'm not saying it can't be explained. I'm not saying it's bad writing. I'm saying, what's going on? I'd love to find out. more about the nature and specifics of exactly how the Darkspawn operate.
Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
Yeah, Kalen is an idiot. Like, okay. It's always hard to judge how much, yes, Grey Ghost, how much is deliberate and how much is bad writing when it comes to fiction. But I think Dragon Age Origins is a well enough written game that I can fairly say that what they were showing us there is that Kalen has none of the tactical acumen that Loghain does. He has a brilliant, absolutely frickin' brilliant bottleneck, and a huge and very tall advanced area to just line with archers, to just pepper down into the fire. In addition to the kind of siege support he could set up, in addition to the kind of mobility he was sacrificing, and blah, blah, blah. And so what's he do? Archers! Dogs! Charge! He basically does everything he possibly could wrong. This is one of the reasons why I had to add that asterisk when I said that I thought the Blight could be stopped here. The Blight probably could have been stopped here under the right circumstances. As Kalen is showing, that's probably not here. Alright, what do we got? Okay, so we'll go up here first. Yeah, Kalen wanted the big heroic charge without understanding what that actually means. The irony? I have absolutely no doubt that Loghain could have pulled a victory out of this battle. Zero doubt. We're missing every hit.
Let's have at it!
Yeah, Duncan, who is politically savvy, a decent person, and very knowledgeable about the world, nevertheless clearly does not know a lot about battle tactics. Excuse me. About army tactics. Let me be more clear. It could be bad writing. That is possible. Like I said, that's always the thing. When it comes to analyzing and discussing fiction, we always have to acknowledge that it may be something that makes sense, that's being done deliberately to make a point, or it could just be bad writing. That is always the question we have to think. Yes, we are still on hard. I kind of want to go on hard until we get to the tutorial. Oh yeah, by the way. One of the things I find absolutely fascinating about this game, is that the tutorial is actually the third portion of the game. We go through the origin, but the origin isn't really designed in the manner that a tutorial would be. It's just a section of gameplay. It's more of a... It's an intro story-wise, but not gameplay-wise. Then we go through the Ostagar section, which is still not really designed in the manner that a tutorial would be. No, Lothering, that's the tutorial area. That's where the game starts to say, okay, this is how the game works, this is how quests work, this is how skills work, this is how your party members work. That's when the game starts actually tutorializing you. Which is interesting. Yes, people are still asking what difficulty we're on, but at least they're asking when we're actually on hard rather than easy. I know I shouldn't let that bother me so much, but whatever.
Another point.
Whatever. I know you're not bugging me, Shikor. It's just it really does bug me. Not you. Being asked about the difficulty thing. Come on. Okay. Need this guy to die. Please. There we go. Okay, now let's go get this guy. God, two-handed is terrible. The only good thing two-handed has is pommel strike. Just saying.
As you say.
But yeah, I would agree that Kalen is probably a much better politician than he is a military leader. And I say that acknowledging that he is not a good politician.
Yes.
Thankfully, no, Grey Coast. So yeah, there's actually 2 upcoming encounters that I'm very worried about on hard diff. In fact, while we're here, let's double check something. That's what I thought. Let's go and level. A food I commonly cook? Hamburgers, spaghetti, chicken and rice, and I guess those are kind of my common things, as in I'll eat those like more than once a month. Chicken and rice is probably the most common thing I have because it's really, really cheap, easy, and healthy. I do try to eat healthily, weirdly enough. Hell, you know what my dinner usually is? Either oats or salad. I'll be having oats tonight, consequently. So, yep. In fact, hold up. Come here. Come here right now. Come on. Come on. Pause. You. Why oats? Everyone kill hyperspeed. How do I take my oats? Well, I get some steel-rolled oats. I put them in a bin. I put some water in, and I heat it up for about 88 seconds, and then I eat them. I'm not actually joking. There we go. You can go back to attacking. Guys, you can attack again. What's Alistair doing? Alistair! Get in there. Get stuck in. I don't actually like adding butter to things. I tried doing that with my chicken and rice and I regretted it. I mean, it was good, but what I need is food I can reheat several times. Oh, there we go. That's it, maybe? Why is Alistair not moving? Move. Go. There you go. Anyways, it was awful on reheat. Hang on.
Just die already!
Oh my god. Attack that guy. Stop. 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 No, no, no. Come here. You've got to be kidding me, Bergman. I'm not even sure I believe you at this point.
Where shall I strike?
Fight. Ankles.
I tried coconut milk. It made a huge mess. So I had to stop doing that. Oh my god, someone kill Console HUD for me. Jesus Christ.
Down you go!
And then answers question. I actually don't like coconut, but I found coconut milk actually works pretty well for me.
I am ready.
Medium well, usually. Or well, Sean.
Attack!
I haven't decided yet, Grey Wolf, truthfully. We'll see how long it takes to go through the game. Now, this might suck, because this guy can hurt just on approach here. No, I don't have a command for it. You just come in after I just gave a big thing about, oh, I hate how people ask me about the difficulty. And then like 2 minutes later, Console HUD comes in and says, hey, what's the difficulty? That's the joke. That's the humor. Hard basically makes every encounter... Well, that's not true. Hard makes, I'd say, about 2/3 of the encounters into boss fights. Now, that's kind of what I like about hard difficulty. The catch is that turns the game into a slog. It really slows the game down. And that's why I'm going to just be doing that for this until we get to the tutorial. Then I'm going to finally turn it back down. Because I do have a schedule to keep, and frankly, even if I didn't have a schedule to keep, I got other things to do with my life. You know? Yep, okay. Hello? Okay, don't. That's goal 2. Attack that guy. He can't reach him. Here's a little bonus question for you guys. What's the hardest encounter in this game for you? I do plan to get Shale, yes. Did it not go through? There we go. One more. Come on. Just get this gen lock.
My comrades.
Oh man, Broodmother was pretty damn rough on Nightmare. That's the one it is for me, MPPY. I can never think of her name. Sir Cawthron or something like that. But she, on Nightmare, was just an absolutely insane fight. Which is funny, because she's completely optional.
Turn and run!
Oh, I wasn't counting the DLCs. The Golem of blah, 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 I've actually never beaten on Nightmare. No, you actually are supposed to lose. The Cawthron fight, that's how you do a supposed to lose fight, by the way. We've talked dozens of times about the very nature of supposed to lose fights in story. Sir Cawthron is a supposed to lose fight that you can win. And that's the catch right there. That is exactly how you do a supposed to lose fight. You make it an optional boss. And when I say optional, I don't mean optional as in it's not mandatory. I mean optional as in noticeably harder than main story difficulty, right? Because that's how it always is, right? There's main story, there's optional, and then there's super optional. So making Cawthron effectively a super optional was something I was completely down for. And for the record, I knew you were supposed to fight that fight. I just really wanted to beat her on Nightmare. And I don't remember how many hours that took me. It was a lot of reloads. I'm pretty sure a lot of that was on the luck of the dice, to be completely honest. Why am I, oh, because of that. That's like a lot of that by itself. Let's do something else here. Let's do... I don't have any, do I? We'll do that. Oh yeah, you have to take out those archers almost immediately, Tessie. That was critical to my victory. Holy crap. Those archers will shred you in seconds. It's actually hysterical to watch. Surrender. No! And we're dead.
As you say.
So, what companies do I have a lot of faith in when it comes to new games? Capcom. And other random indie companies I can never think of the names of off the top of my head. But that's it. That's the list.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
You could try telling them they're in the wrong place.
Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. We'll laugh about this later. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Taron Loghain will be waiting for the signal.
Damn right, let's go. Without Loghain, this battle is totally going to be a loss. With Loghain, it's actually probably going to be a loss too, for being honest. To my knowledge, they never actually explained why the Darkspawn are here specifically. The best answer we're ever given is the fact that, you know, they're smart, because they're being led by a thing that has a brain. So they decided to use tactics. It's about all we get that I'm aware of. Or that I remember.
Cut them down!
These are vile and tainted creatures. Of course.
Don't mind me. I'll be back here. You guys deal with that. That's all we're gonna get out of that one. Let's try the other one. Unlimited power. Hello? Hello? You can start attacking now, game. And Alistair's dead. That's actually horrific bad. Run. No, this is just a wipe. This is just a wipe. Okay.
Cut them down! Die! You want to die, do you?
Well, maybe it won't be a wipe. Ah, they're both out of line of sight. I can get that one. Closer. Come closer. And burn! Oh, I can't reach anymore. Damn it. Please shoot. I don't want to aggro more. There's only 4 of them and 2 of me, and one of me is a mage with no health. We got this, guys. This homeworld is locked down. That is correct. No, no, come. Come back. Get back. Come back. Come back! Run or die. Run! Run! Oh my god, their range is stupid. No, Grey Wolf. I'd have to look it up. With infinite ammo, Kira Whitemouse. Hang on, I gotta go write this down before I forget. For Loner 665. TIE Fighter. Thank you for watching my show longer. Yeah, their range is nuts. Like, legitimately nuts. Okay. First of all, let's get rid of that. No wonder my stamina isn't going anywhere. What games are coming out in the future that I'm looking forward to? I'm sure there are several. I just can't think of any right now. Starmancer. That's what I'm looking forward to. No, we actually tested that earlier, Tessie. They're technically in combat, so they keep me in combat, so I'm just stuck here. I'm actually not really looking forward to Cyberpunk, no. I am more hesitant than anything else on that one.
Of course.
I mean, it might be a good game. You never know. Stranger things have happened. But I don't have a lot of faith in CD Projekt Red, and I definitely don't have a lot of faith in Cyberpunk. I never have. Warden armor? Don't you get that from the DLC? Well, not only that hyperspeed, but the project itself has been a bit troubled, and it's also first-person enforced, which is a very strange choice. And it's also... How do I phrase this? Imagine if for a moment that there's a company, and they've made a couple of decent games, and then one really, really, really good game. And now they're making a new game. How much faith do you have in that game? I'm gonna have to charge them. They're just straight standing there. Alright, whatever. Death! Potion. Good news is these are archers, so we might actually manage this.
Pay for that.
Not really, Zactaf, but we'll see when we get there. CD Projekt Red does own GOG, yes, which I am in favor of. In fact, in general, I prefer to buy games on GOG if I have a choice, which I usually do. Yeah, this mischance is fantastic, isn't it? It's one of 3 reasons why I keep raising my strength. Holy crap, we did it.
Another foe slain.
Why GOG?
Will be done.
Because they're better than Steam. Please don't ask me to go into the details of how they're better than Steam. I don't feel like going down that rabbit hole right now. Where's Art of the Corpse? Where is he? Hey, Corpse Dude. Oh, he's like over here, isn't he? Yeah. Get up! Yeah, no DRM. Possible actual ownership. Honestly, I could just stop there. What I don't like about GOG is the interface. But I like the fact that I actually own the games I buy. That's a plus. And I like the total lack of DRM. That is also a plus. Steam I put up with because I don't really have any downsides to doing so. Everything else is something I tolerate because I have no choice. I use Uplay because I have no choice. I use Origin, oh my god, because I have no choice. No, don't... Etc.
Yes.
Oh my god, my mischance. What is... Do I have a mischance? Like, is that a thing? It's not going to show my actual hit chance. Oh, whatever. So it's interesting you say that. Strength contributes to the accuracy of melee attacks. Right there, on the tooltip. Now, I don't know how much dexterity does to it. Higher dex improves a chance to hit, makes the character likely to dodge, and contributes to damage dealt by piercing weapons. So I suppose it's probably dexterity major, strength minor. Unfortunately, I can't stop raising strength until we're at least at 36. So that's going to be a bit.
As you say. This is a waste of time.
Everything MPPY. Wait, a remaster? Nothing, because it's a remaster.
Where shall I strike?
Remasters are spit and polishes, so all it would do is be a it would look prettier. That's it. A remake is a completely different animal. I'd have to think about that.
Hi, blood.
Ah, we have done well.
Plan B! Plan B!
Allow me to start by saying that the thing I would be least interested in changing in the remake is the graphics. I'm not saying they don't have to be, changed or improved. I'm just saying, if I was prioritizing, like if I was in the meeting and I was sitting there and talking to all the people, I would be like, all right, what are our priorities? And updating the graphics would be at the dead bottom. I do like the idea of a rebalancing pass around adding the party members, like we were talking about earlier. Voicing the protagonist is something I'd be completely in favor of, especially since, I prefer that. Yeah, bug fixing would be nice. I don't think the difficulty options need a change, but the difficulty curve could use some smoothing. This is a game that has several difficulty cliffs.
Ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
So, this is gonna suck. If this is the fight I think it is, which I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, fix the memory leak, for the love of God. Alright, wish me luck. Nope, we're not there yet. Hang on. This is not that fight. This is the other... Well, no. Nope, this is still not that fight. We're okay, we're okay. This game has pretty bad memory leaks, yes. I would probably rebalance the abilities that you get a little bit. So, if nothing else, Mage... I don't want to nerf Mage. Let's just reload. I don't want to nerf Mage, but I would probably buff Melee in general. I would definitely buff Dual Wield and Two Hand. Rogue's kind of fine. Okay, come here. Oh no, they saw me. Dual-wield rogue is fine, ranged rogue is fine. Mage is perfect. Mage is exactly what it needs to be. That's why I don't want to nerf it. Yeah, let him die. Yeah, exactly, Mage Fist. I've never done ranged warrior myself, so I'll take your word on that. I'm gonna die again, aren't I? Yep, nope, we're dead again. Wow. Okay. I'm here. Come here. Oh, for God's sakes, come here. The mage doesn't actually have AoE, so no. I mean, I guess that's not true. He has this lightning thing. No, he doesn't. Never mind. So yeah, no is the answer to your question. We're gonna go and do this, though. Oh yeah, that's another thing I would do in a remake. I'd make leather armor not look like total crap. And I'd probably add more variety to armor design in general. I like this game, but you can't really play cosmetics with it. And I know that sounds like a really strange thing to prioritize, but I do think you should be able to look good in an RPG. It's something a lot of players care about.
Burn and run.
Oh yeah, I'd make it so you have access to all your tactic slots from the beginning, for reasons we already discussed. Oh god, the mage helmets are so terrible in this game. They're hilariously terrible. I will never forget the image,
As you say.
which we'll probably see in this particular run, of Morrigan wandering around in these chaste, chantry-looking robes with this giant beaker on her head. Some of the helmets look decent.
Of course.
Like that full metal coverage dwarven helmet. Kind of looks awesome. Oh, a dagger. Yay. Why would that be wrong, Shiny Talkie, other than the fact that you must die horribly? For daring to have an opinion. Where? I can remember. Oh, there it is. It's right there.
All right, let's go!
That's true. In this economy, having an opinion is pretty dangerous.
You will not win!
There's that overpower attack. Oh yeah, let's improve the sound design. That's another thing we're gonna have to do. Yeah, I hate that, the Trail of Blue Wolf. Like, as I mentioned earlier, there's the sound balancing issue, but there's also the fact that the sound design is not all that great in this game. Like, it could be worse. It could be hazardous. No, I'm kidding. As I've already mentioned, I think reducing the number of encounters would probably be a good move. Or making that a toggle. Making that an option. Like, you know, when you start a game, there's a thing. How many encounters do you want? Lots of encounters. And that's like the vanilla game, right? I want less encounters, and that just removes several of the encounter spawns. I want hardly any encounters, and that removes most of them, right? And then ideally, we would do a little bit of math in order to figure out how to adjust the experience gain ratio to ensure that the player doesn't fall behind for having less encounters. Whoops. So, Sigma, sushi is a way to denotate something. I'm aware I haven't updated the Lorium's list in a while. It actually takes quite a while to update the Lorium's list. So I haven't, you know, done that in, like, months at this point. But anyways, a sushi game, a sushi anything, is something that just really, really speaks to me. It's something that connects with me, or gels with me, or clicks with me in a way that doesn't otherwise qualify when it comes to pluses or minuses. So even though, for example, Subnautica, to use a direct example, is a game that doesn't have a billion trillion pluses, it is nevertheless a game that just, oh, I love playing it, because it just clicked with me. That's what a sushi game is. No, actually I don't like bad sushi, because I've had bad sushi. I've been to Target. And I'm sure there's worse than Target, but I've been calling it Target sushi ever since I had sushi at Target. Because all bad sushi is of the exact same variety as that Target sushi that one horrible, horrible day. Mom was excited too, because she likes sushi as well. So, MPPY says, why not move most of the experience to quests? Problem with that. Pillars of Eternity 1. One of the biggest mistakes PoE 1 made, in my opinion, was you don't get anything for the random encounters. Now, there's way too many encounters, but the point is, in addition to the fact that they have no reward whatsoever, there's just, it's just slog at that point. It's like, here's a map. Here's where you want to get to. From point A to point B, you get nothing other than a bunch of fights, and then you get to the enemy, and then you get to where you actually want to go. And I personally think that's one of the biggest flaws of PoE 1, my opinion. So have you ever had bad sushi rice? Because I have. Anyways, the worst Target sushi I ever had. So please don't ask why I went ahead with this, but there was this, well, it's basically a gas station, but it's, you know, it's better than a 7-Eleven. It's like a mid-tier gas station. But there's this gas station, and they had sushi. And, now, funnily enough, I've been to several... Yeah, no, we'll stick with that. I've been to several Chinese restaurants that have sushi, and I know enough not to eat that sushi. Level capping based on main quest? No, I'm automatically against the idea. It's just FF14 things on its own right. Someone earlier asked... Oh, there it is. Loner asked the question, would you change the build system from class to skill in the remake? I have to admit, I like systems that aren't this one when it comes to leveling systems, but there's nothing wrong with this system. And, you know, it doesn't need to be that horrible. I'm sure there's good 7-Elevens, Blue of Alex. I mean, there has to be, right? They're very popular. I've seen good McDonald's, for example. But most of the 7-Elevens I've been to have been either dives or had that faint piss smell in the air, or have literally been where drug deals happen. I don't have a very fond opinion of them. So, boss time. This is yet another example of a boss that will become a regular encounter later on, but Ogre's Relic should always be treated as serious fights throughout the course of this game. And they should be. Almost. You notice I'm actually not using skills? It's because I'm saving all of my stamina for Pommel Strike. Which has a chance to hit.
Yes.
But if it hits, it's probably one of the most useful things I could do with the Ogre right now. So good news, we've gotten about half of them down. Nope, too slow. So, okay, hang on. I have aggro, which is actually a good thing. Because Alistair moves faster than him. So we're going to do this for a minute. Okay. Alistair's almost dead, that's why I saved that last health pulse just for him.
Let's grab some glory.
And we're dead. Alright, so. The end. The entire world is destroyed. I've done this fight on Nightmare. Oh god, I've done this fight on Nightmare. We're gonna keep him. I guess that depends, Sierra Mike. But if you're saying like just one change, I don't think one change justifies a remake. Unless that one change is extremely good.
Cut them down.
No, that's not the mage. This is the mage. Wait, a mage can heal? Pfft, don't be ridiculous. Mages can't heal. It's against the code. Whoa! WTF, dude? Come on. Come on. Damn it, it's just... I think I got lucky last time with my hits. Do I have any? Yeah, I do have one of these. Let's go and burn that on Alistair. That off, or... It's probably worth just trying. Anyway, so we're dead. Damn it! Of course, I finally stun him when he's already fine. Honestly, I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to have him use the big one now. We got this Warcraft code. We probably don't, actually. Ah! I was... Well, Mage is dead. You know, let's just restart. Let's just take a watch on that. All right, take 4, I think. Corner. I mean, it came out over a decade ago, console HUD. I'd say that qualifies. Okay, now would be a good time to hit him with one. And this.
Will be done.
Deactivate this, hit this. Switch over here.
Very well.
Stunned for 7 trillion seconds while Alistair gets the tar beaten out of him.
At your order.
Try again. Let's see here. We've got Arcane Shield, Lightning Blast, Flaming Weapons, which should be on Weakness, Flame Blast, and Arcane Bolt. Speaking of which, give us our Flaming Weapons.
You have forced my hand.
I'm gonna stop saving my stamina for Pommel Strike. It's way too low of a chance to hit. Do that. How's he doing? Cool.
Yes.
God, stuns are so long in this game.
Will be done.
Okay, I lied. We're gonna try one Pommel Strike to save the mage. No, Valvedrix. Because they were bad in all those cases. Okay, hold up. Flaming Weapons. Turn that off. That's the wrong button. Let's clear that for the moment. There we go. We need to spread out more. No, enemies have infinite resources? That's not actually true. So, okay. The enemies in this game have either mana, in which case they have a finite resource, or they don't, in which case they can just use abilities whenever they want to. That's how that works. Get up. Get up. Get up. Not that I'm aware of, Warcraft. Also, there is no such thing that I'm aware of, so there's that too. Hey, we landed a stun. That's what I thought. Just keep doing that. Actually, you know what? No. Do this. And then do... Oh, he already did weakness. Oh, good. Good man, good man. Do that. Back over here. I have nothing to increase my faith in it, Zaktaf, so I am at the default, which is 0. Move. Back to me. Yeah, no, like I said, I think this game has aged reasonably well, really. Come on. got this.
This is it!
Alright, get out of here. There we go. Switch back to me, use the last potion.
The
Come
Paragon!
on, come 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 on.
The beacon is over here.
We're victorious.
I didn't even get a killing blow thing because I was knocked down when he died, but we did it.
Quickly before it's too late.
We did it. So, woo. Slash flex. Is that everything? That's everything. Okay. Well, we'll see that when it comes out, won't we, Zacto? We did it! We won! God, this scene pissed me off so much.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
Yeah, he's got a gargantuan army there. There's a reason why he can fight basically the rest of the nation by himself. Qunari, Lars himself. Probably not killing you, honestly. I feel like I just answered this Mandakler, but they come from Qunari. Well, bit of a short game, but we managed it. Time to see what the afterlife is in this setting.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased.
An afterlife spent with Claudia Black. I could think of worse afterlives. I'm sorry, I'm just memeing. I think that if Loghain had decided to charge once the beacon was lit, it probably would have been too late to save Cailan, and honestly probably too late to save Duncan too. Part of the problem, and I mentioned this earlier, is that Cailan was a moron. And I mean that with all kindness. Because, as we discussed earlier, he did basically all of the wrong things when it came to the tactics of the battle. So, he basically took all of his advantages and threw them out the window. Loghain coming in might have been able to stop this particular brunt of the Horde and defeat this particular army and win this battle, but I don't think he would have saved Cailan or Duncan or a lot of people in that initial front. That being said, so this game had a very long development time, as we've talked about. It's actually one of the longer AAA games of its era, in terms of how long it took to make it, right up there with GTA 5, actually. Falcon 4. And yeah, no Wardens, so we would have been super screwed. Anyways. I mentioned that, though, because I have had a very long suspicion that certain aspects of the story were rewritten over time, and that's why there's a couple of scenes that don't really line up with other scenes, which include the one we just saw. I think, based on everything we know about Loghain, he's not evil. He's not snide. He's not sneering. Now, I know he's voiced by Simon Templeman, and he is exceptionally good at that kind of voice acting. But the truth is, Loghain is simply more complex and developed of a character than that. And basically all of his presentation after this accurately backs that up. There's a lot of Babylon 5 effect going on with Loghain, except for that scene. Because that scene just kind of seems like, yeah, yes, we must leave. Do as I command. And it just doesn't work, right? It doesn't line up. Now, that being stated, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I remember you. You're the girl from the wilds.
I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds where I am bandaging your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
I remember Darkspawn.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
Oh yeah, by the way, I've always theorized that when she came to rescue us, she did it in full dragon form, because she could, and, well, honestly, she probably would have to. What amuses me most is I've had several people ask me, why would Flemeth care about us stopping this? And, I mean, even ignoring the many other things that Flemeth has to do with regards to the story and the plot and Morrigan and what she's doing with the other elven gods, the fact of the matter is, Flemeth lives in this world and knows what a blight is. And for anybody who has a brain, that is all the motivation she needs to try and stop a blight. The end. That really is it. That is the end of that sentence. Flemeth is smart enough to recognize what a blight is and can do. And, the end. And yet I have still had people say, why would Flemeth bother to go so far out of a way to help us? And I'm just like... Interesting thought of the matter, by the way. Do you think a creature like Flemeth could be infected with the blight? Because we know quite a few creatures can. Even magical creatures. So, yeah, this is horrible.
Of that I have no doubt. Your friend has been inconsolable since Mother told him the news. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
Thank you for helping me, Morrigan.
You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer.
Oh no, you're totally going to be a healer once you join my party. Thank you.
I will stay and make something to eat.
Yeah, exactly, Shadow Machine. Yeah. By the way, you caught that like little hesitance before she, you know, when I said thank you, like just a sincere thank you. Two things I want to point out about that. First of all, once again, Claudia Black, amazing voice actress. But second of all, I love how the easiest way to throw someone like her off balance is to be earnest and sincere. Ahem. Did I already do that? I don't know. Okay.
Very well.
Come on. There we go. I don't understand the question, Killing You.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
Speaking of good voice actors. I was not, thanks to Morrigan's mother.
Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
Why did you save us?
Well, we cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these dark spawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
It changed when most of them were slaughtered.
If you think small numbers make you helpless, you are already defeated.
But we were fighting the dark spawn. The king had nearly defeated them. Why would Loghain do this?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The archdemon.
I mean, I gotta be honest, Alistair's the real Grey Warden here, not me.
All Grey Wardens in Ferelden are gone. Except for us. I've lost everyone. For the love of the Maker, don't back out on me now.
Don't worry. I've been exiled. I kind of know how you feel.
Then we have to do something. I won't let their deaths be in vain. But I can't do anything on my own.
So we need to find this thing.
By ourselves? No Grey Warden has ever defeated a Blight without the army of a half-dozen nations at his back. Not to mention... I don't know how.
How to kill the archdemon, or how to raise an army? It seems to me those are two different questions, Have the Wardens no allies these days?
I don't know. Duncan said that the Grey Wardens of Orlais had been called, and Arl Eamon would never stand for this, surely.
Arl Eamon, is he someone important?
I suppose. Arl Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
Are there any other allies we could call on?
Of course. The treaties. Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Build me an army worthy of Mordor.
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
Yes, thank you for everything, Flemeth.
No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Very well.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite Ferelden against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
Don't worry. That's my job.
Allow me to get my things, if you please.
Yes, I do plan to go back, Killigan.
I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the Wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
No, I would prefer if you speak your mind.
You will regret saying that.
Dear sweet mother, you are so kind to cast me out like this. How fondly I shall remember this moment.
Well, I always said, if you want something done, do it yourself. Or hear about it for a decade or two afterwards.
Do you really want to take her along because her mother says so?
I mean, we need all the help we can get.
I guess you're right. The Grey Wardens have always taken allies where they could find them.
I am so pleased to have your approval.
Actually, I have some questions.
I may have answers. Ask.
Yeah, so... what are your skills, exactly?
I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have also studied history and your Grey Warden treaties.
Can you cook?
I can cook, yes.
Then you can substitute for Alistair.
Right, my cooking will kill us. That's all I meant.
I also know at least 15 different poisons that grow right here in this marsh. Not that I would suggest 'tis at all related to cooking.
So how are we going to get past the Darkspawn to get to Lothering?
The real question is how we are going to get your friend past the Darkspawn, is it not?
That's true. We can sense the Darkspawn. Conversely, they can sense us.
That's not reassuring.
We should be able to sneak past smaller groups, but larger ones, or particularly intelligent Darkspawn, will always detect us.
Mother has given me something else for them to smell instead as we pass by. 'Tis important we head out of the wilds, however, not farther in.
All right, that's it.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Morgan approves, +8. I didn't even do it on purpose. So the idea as presented, Consulhot, is that the Horde has no mind past like that of an animal, a beast. Now, I can actually explain this very simply, Consulhot. You ever play a strategy game like an RTS? The Horde has the mentality and intellect of those units down there on the field if you never touched them. If you just put your hands off the keyboard. They'll fight if something attacks them, and that's about as far as that will go. The Archdemon is you putting your hands on the mouse and keyboard. And that should explain everything it needs to. Hello, Killer Bean. Ah! Random encounter. Ah, the same.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Anora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Bannorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Bantegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Bantegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
I love that cutscene, by the way. I really do. God, helmets look so stupid in this game. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's the bad boy? Who's the bad boy? Scritch, 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 scritch. Oh god. We might actually die here, legit. I haven't even begun to set Morrigan up. Hang on. Oh god. Alright, so, God, what is your build? Why is your build terrible? Let's go ahead and mez him with that. And then let's have him keep doing what he's doing. I'll go for this one. So while we're fighting and dying to this fight, I'll go ahead and try to explain that cutscene as best as I'm able. Damn, we're out of potions, too. Yeah, we are really dead. Oh, my god. Hang on. We can probably pull this off. Let's do this over here. What I love most about it is it's probably the best example of Babylon 5 effect in the entire game. Because the first time around, it looks so obvious that he's just making a power play. He's just power hungry, and he's trying to elevate himself at the expense of the rest of the nation. But, again, obviously, that's not what he's actually doing. He's legitimate. Everything he has done has been to secure their independence. He says that flat out, and he is correct in that statement. Let's go with this. Get a little health going, and we're fine. He really does think Orlais
to remind me of it.
Is more of a threat than the Blight, and he really does think that things should be so simple as for him to walk out and say, hey, do what I say. But yeah, and Vigilant gets to the next step I was about to jump ahead towards. Loghain was addressing his troops. Like, if you mentally change that scene in your head and erase all the nobles and replace them with a line of troops, all of a sudden, everything that he said makes perfect sense. We must immediately raise a new army to replace the one that was lost, and we must secure our borders against those who will take advantage of our weakness. Then Bantegan comes forward and brings up a valid point, and basically is like, hey, so I've played at politics before. That's a little advantageous. Loghain doubles down, because he's just had one of his troops talk back to him, one of his soldiers. And it makes so much... I love that cutscene because it makes so much sense from both perspectives. From his perspective, he is a terrible politician who knows nothing about actually getting people together and uniting them. That was Merrick's job. He's the tactician. He knows how to lead the troops. Whereas, over on Bantegan's side, Loghain is clearly and obviously doing a massive power grab and just trying to seize the throne. Both of them are actually wrong, which is hysterical, because Loghain doesn't actually give a damn about the throne or the power that comes with it. Whereas, Bantegan, obviously, is someone who does not actually have any interest in subverting the country or trying to, make them be weaker before the Orlesians or the Blight. It's just he's also not going to allow a usurper king to take over. It's a wonderful little scene, and it's an excellent little bit of storytelling, in my opinion. So,
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
I've always wanted a dog like this. We must now have the most amazing dog of all, Barkamond! No, of course not. That is my preferred name, is Barkamond. However, for this one run, we will name him something that isn't Barkamond. And yeah, by the way, it's not really obvious. Here, I'll stand. You see Morrigan standing up next to this thing? These dogs, Mabari, are huge. Like, these are actually legitimately large animals. They're like elk-sized. Just for you, Shadow Machine. All right, and I'm sorry, we will never use him. I'm sorry to say that, because he doesn't really do anything story-wise, and he's just kind of worse than the other characters in every way. But still, that's not true. There is one scene we will use him in. One. What's my favorite origin? Well, actually, you're looking at it, but Human Noble is the other one that's kind of tied for my favorite. Save. So, sigh. Let's go ahead. Turn the diff back down. I did as much as I wanted to, and I succeeded at it. I have made my point.
Very well.
There is no human commoner origin, no. He's actually not terrible gameplay-wise. He's just worse than the other options long-term. It's kind of the monk problem.
Wake up, gentlemen. More travelers to attend to. Led by a dwarf, oddly enough.
They don't look much like them others. You know, maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers, and you're free to move on.
You should probably listen to your friends. We're not refugees.
What did I tell you? No wagons, and this one looks armed.
The toll applies to everyone, Henrik. That's why it's a toll, and not, say, a refugee tax.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay.
So I should explain something, if it's not incredibly clear here. There are people who are fleeing from in the wake of the Blight, because most of the area, like, I know it just looks like there was just the Ostagar Fortress, but there's towns out there. There's villages, there's housing, there's farms. This Ferelden is actually fairly settled. There's not a lot of just wild terrain, relatively speaking, for the era. So people are just fleeing en masse up north, and obviously most of them are traveling by the roads, and this happens to be one of those roads. The road through here leads directly to, I forget if it's the Gold Road or the King's Road, but it's one of the big ones. And these guys are robbing people who are fleeing. I'm not paying.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse then. Those are the rules.
Right. I mean, you could try?
Well, this is going nowhere. Let's finish this, gents.
As you command.
Of course.
Unfortunately for you, even on hard, this is not a difficult fight. And I turned it down to easy, so you all are screwed.
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by before the Darkspawn get us all.
I mean, that's up to you, Killer Bean. You're a criminal.
Yes, I'm a criminal. I admit it. I apologize.
Hand over everything you stole.
Yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers. The rest is in the chests we brought. I swear.
Excellent. Now die.
I'm not going down without a fight.
Goodbye. Without a fight.
Another battle, I see. Delightful.
We'll see, Warcraft code. And that's all I'm willing to say on that for now. So anywho. Inventory. Oh god, I haven't bought any bags yet. Right. Okay. I can make that work.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually forgot this about the bag thing in this game. I really did. So things stack, even like weapons and armor, but...
Well, there it is.
Can someone kill Catabo for me, please?
Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing?
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
Yeah, so... You have been very quiet, Alistair.
Yes, I know. I was just thinking.
No wonder it took so long, then.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
Right. Obviously, we need to get some news.
But we need to decide what our general plan is for afterwards, don't we? I think what Flemeth suggested is the best idea. These treaties, have you looked at them?
No.
There are three main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Arleman is our best bet for help. We might even want to go to him first.
Is there a way to contact the other Grey Wardens?
Short of leaving Ferelden to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress. And that's thousands of miles away.
I wonder if we could travel 1,000 miles in a year. Like, I'm actually curious, given the setting. Why are you leaving this up to me?
Well, I don't know where we should go. I'll do whatever you decide.
Now that is unsurprising.
Arleman is a good man, but I don't know for sure he's where we should go. I'm not going to fight about it.
Right, what do you think, Morrigan?
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him. The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage of an army and experience and...
I was asked for my opinion and I gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the Darkspawn are upon us.
No, I need to find these people.
I can give you directions, if you like.
I've been to Orzammar. Can't go back there.
You're going to have to. I certainly wouldn't want to go there alone.
Why? Would it frighten you? Are you afraid of dark and sunken places?
I mean, we won't have any choice. You'll be there under Grey Warden business, and the dwarves will just have to see reason.
They certainly are renowned for an abundance of reason, 'tis true.
Right. I'm good.
Then you have a plan.
Yep.
Fair enough. Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
I have a weird feeling that I'm being sub-bombed right now, but that's insanity. That couldn't possibly happen. No one would dare sub-bomb me!
We don't see many dwarves in these parts. You here to trade?
I should go.
Then you'd best clear out. We're loyal to the king here, and word from the north is the Wardens betrayed King Cailan. Tairn Loghain has a bounty on any who survived.
What?
That's not what the Tairn's bounty says. I don't have the steel to try you, but you may want to watch yourself around those who do.
Okay, I should go.
Don't let me stop you.
So, we reach number 2 of the stupid ideas in the Terran Loghain playbook. Let's take one of our biggest allies in a threat we are mutually facing and deliberately ostracize them while trying to portray them as the villains that we in fact are. I've had a theory for an extremely long time that it was actually Howe's idea to do this, not Loghain's. It's worth noting that quite a few things that Loghain does are actually things Howe does in his name. So, thank you, Papa Neeks. Thank you very, very much. Very much appreciate as always. Thank you. If you happen to know where you want those to go, let me know. Otherwise, well, you know the penalty for failure. A bow icon. Well, that's possible, Lord Harrimont. But like I said, we do know that a few things, and don't ask me specifics, I don't remember which right now, I was just trying to think of it, that Loghain does are things that Howe does in his name. Because, you know, Arkham Trilogy, you got it. Oh, by the way, yet another reason why I think Human Noble makes the most sense here, because it would also help to explain why Howe is pushing and shoving in ways that he probably shouldn't.
I have a wonder, Alistair, if you will indulge me.
Do I have a choice?
Of the two of you that remain, are you not the senior Grey Warden here? I find it curious that you allow another to lead while you follow.
You find that curious, do you?
In fact, you defer to a new recruit. Is this the policy of the Grey Wardens, or simply a personal one?
What do you want to hear? That I prefer to follow? I do.
You sound so very defensive.
Couldn't you crawl into a bush somewhere and die? That would be great, thanks.
Thank you very much, von Falkenstein. Very much appreciate it. And Killigan, if you want to put that towards increasing priority in a future stream, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll force to ask von Falkenstein, and he'll hate me for that. But yeah, as was just mentioned by Killing You, it makes so much sense if we are, you know, if we are the Kusland, that for why Howe would be pushing in this direction and pushing to make us a traitor and blah 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 blah. And there was something earlier that made me think even more in the direction of us being that being the canon. I don't remember what it was. It was something I thought of during the break. I can't remember specifics.
If you're looking for safe shelter, I'll warn you, there's none to be found.
Oh, thanks, Balthier. Where's the merchant?
Back off. I have the right to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Why would I want to help you?
Didn't I mention profit?
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
I have limited supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
Alright. Oh, I'm sorry. My great sword just accidentally ended up in your ribcage. Hang on, now he's stuck. Oh, jeez. Alistair, could you grab him and pull him off here? Just tug. Just a little bit. Ah, there we go. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. By the way, I don't actually know Killer Bean. It's supposed to adjust itself to your time zone, but I'm not 100% certain.
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
You know, I'm pretty sure you could compromise and actually still profit.
Perhaps. If that woman agrees I'm allowed to charge something.
Do what you must, so long as the prices do not beggar the needy.
Fine, fine, done. And since you don't look too needy, normal prices for you.
So, we have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Thank you for your generous assistance. May the Maker watch over your path.
Well, we will not be stopping streaming for about 2 hours and 27 minutes, Killer Bean. So whatever that equates to. So here's the problem. Morrigan is the evil party member. Now, you're probably thinking, well, what's the problem with that, Lore? Well, the problem is that she's not. She's probably one of the most fleshed out, in-depth characters in this game who actually has a fairly large amount of development and had an amazing character arc and a fantastic voice actress and tremendous nuance. But she's the evil party member. And I do stress the way I say that. Not because she's evil, because every game since Baldur's Gate 1, since they've really started doing this thing, has at least one character in your party who is designed to be there for players who want to play evil. If you play an evil jackass, Morrigan gets a lot of positive things. And she's like, oh, yes, this makes perfect sense, and I'm totally with this, and blah, 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 blah. And that's what she's there for. Now, that kind of contrasts and conflicts with the fact that, you know, again, she actually is a more in-depth and fleshed-out character than that. And that's what I think is the biggest flaw of hers. You know, she's designed to be Edwin, for those of you who remember him, or Edwina, for those of you who remember her. Or yeah, Viconia is another excellent example of this. HK-47 kind of bypassed this a little bit by virtue of being funny. And you'll notice HK-47 never even disapproved of your actions. He just was like, oh, I was hoping to kill people. Oh, well. And that's about it. To my knowledge, I actually don't know of a way to get her reputation high without just not having her in the party, which is actually something that I've seen several guides recommend. So, I'm not calling her evil, but she's the evil party member. Oh yeah, Bishop from Neverwinter Nights 2. That is another good example of that. Yeah, there's also, you'll notice there's a lot of gifts to give to Morrigan. She's also the easiest character to sleep with, and arguably the hardest character to romance, up there with Zevran, which is interesting. I mean, shrug. What would I call her? Alignment? I don't know. I'm not good at alignments, but I need to debate something. You're not the first person to disagree with that, Lord Harrimont. I stand by my statement, and I have every time someone's disagreed with me on it. But I suppose that's because I'm not thinking of it from a gameplay perspective. So that's my fault. Romancing Morrigan is actually in several ways similar to romancing Jack in Mass Effect 2. It's easy to sleep with them. That's the easy part. It's actually getting in there and connecting with the person. That's the hard part, or the hard part. In character, I would say it takes the most effort, time, and work to really get in there and actually get Morrigan to admit how much she cares about you and how much you care about her, both of which are terrifying things for her, for many reasons. Frankly, it takes until the Witch Hunt DLC for her to even finally accept that. I'm sorry, I'm debating very hard any story positives or negatives for Ostagar. In fact, there is one, well, negative that I've already given for Ostagar. It's the one I've already talked about. It's an aggregate negative, not a full negative. It's a little thing, but it's there. I'm not sure Ostagar deserves any story positives by itself. See you around, Killer Bean. Have a good one. Yeah, I forget the full list. I used to know by heart. It's easy to miss or kill basically every single character, with only a couple of exceptions, when it comes to party members. Oghren is by far the hardest to kill, but you can get him killed. Liliana's easy. Wynn is easy. Sten is... First time I ever played through all the way the game, I didn't even notice Sten and never even recruited him. So you can lose Sten. Alistair, you can have... he can be pieced out by Loghain. Loghain can be killed. Morrigan can be killed. I think... No, actually, no. Morrigan... I swear there's something you can do about Morrigan. And I think, yeah, Oscar there doesn't leave. Zevran can be killed. Shale can be killed. Wynn is super easy to kill. All you have to do is go do the Ashes quest, bring her along, and piss in the ashes, or give it to the evil cultists. And she's like, "What the hell?" Also, yeah, Wynn can die in the Mage Tower. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's true. You can also miss the dog. It is possible to not recruit the dog. I forgot about that. So, dog is actually a non-recruitable as well. So I think that means Morrigan is the only one who... Well, that's not true. It's technically Morrigan, Alistair, and Loghain are the three characters who circumstantially will not leave the party through some means or another. The only reason I even bring this up is... it was something that bothered the crap out of me, was how little the characters mattered in Awakening and Dragon Age 2. And I was like, what the hell? Like, why are these so irrelevant? And then I started doing some digging and found out how many of the characters could permanently be removed or die in Dragon Age Origins. This is why it's Oghren in Awakening, by the way, because the odds of him dying are actually incredibly small. So, interesting to think about.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something?
Actually, no.
All right. Just don't buy everything up.
No problem. So, you're going to take all of that. And, let's see. You're going to take that. And then you're going to take that. That. You're just going to take all these things, okay? This is all going on you. I'll leave those for right now. No, you can, Meatfist. There's like a very specific requirement to kill Oghren, but it is actually something you can do. Get rid of those. Don't even ask me what it is, because I don't actually remember off the top of my head, but it is possible. Get rid of those. Keep that. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Yeah, if you go to Awakening and you have killed Oghren, he says, "Nah, I was just passed out." It's actually kind of funny in its own right. Yeah, aren't inventory limits amazing? I just said don't ask me. All right, fine. I'll look it up. Hang on. I'll go Google it. Oh, God. So I know the first step, which is what I already knew. You have to get his approval to absolute minimum, -100. And you have to talk to him in camp. And apparently you have to hit, like, some dialogue option 3 or 4 times in a row to be like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Just over and over and over and over until finally he decides to attack you. Then you kill him. And it turns out he's not dead in Awakening. I was just knocked out. Oops, that's a gift. I shouldn't sell that. Wah wah, as they say. Go do that while we're here. Yeah, the Lyrium Ghost Liliana. Which is another character you can kill who comes back despite the fact that you can kill her. Spoilers. What do we got there? No, Loser Haas, for the same reason that I'm okay with built-in cheats, because that's what the Collector's Edition gifts are. They're built-in cheats. They're, I don't feel like doing this, I've already done this, this is a new game playthrough, I'm trying out something different. That's what they're there for. They're there to just say, you know what? So no, I don't mind them at all. My opinion. I think we'll just kind of keep maxing out that field. Alright, so now we switch over here. Now we can equip these. Let's go and do that one. And then Morrigan. Sorry for actually paying attention, but you know, this is most of my end game party right now. So let's put on the dumb hat. Dumb hats, they're really stupid and dumb. Sorry. Speaking of which, actually, let's switch over to me. Wait, what? That doesn't seem right. No, it is, okay. Well, it's funny you say that, Geludo. I've said this a few thousand times, so allow me to add this one more time. This wasn't intended to be a game that had sequels, which is why so many characters can die in it, and why so much of the lore was so changed in future games. So, do I think it's a negative? Not really. But I can see why some people would think that way. After all, you know, there's a lot of things that's just kind of, well, you know. Alright, so now, what do we got here? Con, resist, willpower. Oh yeah, all the retcons. All the retcons. Actually, let's go and do this. Up to him. He's already got that on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, different slot. Okay. Nope, that should work out. Hey, Morrigan, have some gifts that nobody cares about.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
You're welcome.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something?
Yes, exactly.
All right. Just don't buy everything up.
Don't worry, I won't buy a thing. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Favorite subclass? Let's try my second favorite subclass, because that's a more interesting question. What is my second favorite subclass? Let me think about that for a minute. Nobody has as many retcons as Blizzard in general. I'm gonna have to go with Blood Mage as my second favorite subclass.
Ah, the Chantry
As you
Board.
say.
Yes, let us run errands for the betterment of mankind as well as a few coppers.
Go do that quest over here.
The legions of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts. Please, you're scaring the children. Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at Darkspawn hands. There! One of their minions is already amongst us. This man bears their evil stench. Can you not see the vile blackness that fills him?
So, either he actually does have some taint in him, which means he can sense other Darkspawn just like we can. That's a thing. Or, it's entirely possible that he's just insane and he picked us out randomly out of a crowd. You be the judge. Why don't you keep your voice down, dude?
I watch the Black Horde descend on my people. I will not be silent. Please stop. Somebody shut his mouth.
But isn't he right? The ban left us. We're going to die.
This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us.
You know, what happened to you?
My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the Darkspawn.
That must be horrible. How did you escape?
No, I won't listen to the words of a man tainted by Darkspawn.
I'm not evil, dude. I'm not evil.
I ran, hearing my wife's screams as they dragged her off.
It's okay, she's giving birth to Darkspawn now, so that's nice.
You were right. I will go.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
There's always hope, you moron.
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't fight. What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim.
Yeah, peace out, guys. Seriously.
Darkspawn will feast on your living hearts. They will take your children.
I'm hearing things, guys.
Maybe with that blasted chasing gone, my headache will go as well.
Unlikely. What can I say, Lord Harrimont? I'm an idealist at heart.
Mother, where are you?
Probably dead.
So I take it you did not enjoy your Templar training?
That's directed at me, I take it.
Do you see any others about who have failed at their religious instruction?
I didn't fail, I was recruited into the Grey Wardens.
And if you had not been recruited, What would have happened instead?
I would have turned into a drooling lunatic, slaughtered the Grand Cleric, and run through the streets of Denham in my small clothes, I guess.
Your self-awareness does you credit.
I thought you'd like that.
I'm sure there are people who would like to see that.
Have you seen my mother?
Did you and your mother get separated?
Some mean men with swords came, and Mother told me to run to the village as fast as I could, so I did. She said she'd be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her.
Do you know where your father is?
He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
Oh god, no Doctor Who references. I'll help you look for your mother.
Mother said I wasn't to go with anyone. I'm supposed to wait for her here, in the village.
Here, have a silver.
A whole silver! Wow, thank you. So, you're a dwarf, aren't you?
Yes, why do you ask?
Father says dwarves are really greedy, but you're not greedy at all. Thank you for helping me.
No, I'm a son of Moog. Points if you get that.
As if we needed more fighting here. Don't you see how scared everyone is?
So, you want to hear something funny, Lord Hermont? My first full playthrough I did as a female human noble. And, without really meaning to, I ended up romancing Alistair. It was one of those just kind of stumbled into it things, and I was curious enough to let it run. Now, here's the funny part. He still... I died. We didn't make the deal with Morrigan. I made the killing blow. I died. I shouldn't find that as funny as I do, but I do.
What will happen to us now that the king is dead?
Did you speak to that knight yesterday? Said he was from Redcliffe.
He talked to everyone in the tavern. How are we supposed to know where the urn of sacred ashes is? Might as well ask us how to get to the moon.
He said that all the Redcliffe knights were looking for it, as if they didn't have anything better to do. I don't get it.
No, he just had to rule on high as Sultan.
In the tower out on Lake Calenhod are all turning into demons.
They always say that, though.
Well, this time it's true. They're not sure what to do about it yet, he says.
What's to do? I thought you killed them.
Easier said than done. Mages pick a fine time to go turning into demons, I tell you.
Yeah, by the way, here's all your plot hooks for several quest things.
A recruiter was here just an hour ago. Barely dodged him.
We'll both be pressed into the militia soon enough, just you watch. Be eaten by Darkspawn before the week is over.
So how is it that Terran Loghain survived when even the Grey Wardens didn't make it out of that place down south?
I heard he saw just in time what those Grey Wardens were doing and saved his men. He's a hero, that's what he is.
Too bad he couldn't save poor King Cailan. Blast those Grey Wardens, they deserve what they got and more.
I'll say. First they drag the king down there, and then they throw him to the wolves. It's no wonder it all went bad.
It was actually... Hi, Darth Tyrant. This is probably a good time to mention that, part of what bothers me so much about many people believing Loghain's party line, about the Grey Wardens being traitors, is because it's stupid, dumb nonsense that no one in their right mind would believe, which is why it makes so much sense that everyone believes it. And that just sort of makes me a little bit depressed. And you're probably thinking, why, Lore? I'll go with the con towers. I think that's the most relevant, immediate example of that.
So what makes them Grey Wardens so special anyhow? Anyone can pick up a sword.
If they want to kill them Darkspawn, I say let them, and make a bless.
I don't know. Is it con towers? Yeah, the 5G towers. You know what I'm talking about.
Did you see the new recruiters out?
I'd keep your voice down if I were you. They're pressing anyone who can hold a sword into service.
Terran wants a new army, but is it to fight them Darkspawn or those nobles shouting against them?
I've no idea, but I'm sure not about to raise my hand if you catch my meaning. Not after what happened down south.
What's funny is the Grey Wardens in Dragon Age Origins are pretty much universally portrayed as the good guys, with good reason, because it's Alistair and us, and we're in the middle of a blight. Unfortunately, as the books and other games will elucidate upon, yeah, there's actually a lot more to the Grey Wardens than being the good guys and fighting Darkspawn. Go figure. Oh yeah, by the way, this is tutorial land. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. This is actually when the game starts tutorializing you on things.
If you seek refuge in the Chantry, there's simply no room left.
Do I look like a refugee to you?
So many are coming to Lothering. I make no assumptions. I know it's not something many dwarves do, but if you wish to offer devotion to the Maker, you may enter.
Of course. I love the Maker. He's so real and definitely exists.
Maker watch over you.
Maybe. By the way, I've been asked a few times what my headcanon is on the Maker, and it's actually very simple. Once upon a time, a long time ago, there was an extremely powerful spirit who, thanks to people interacting with him, just basically started becoming the Maker, the end.
There's word of Darkspawn
To quote a YouTube video, you could start a religion about this.
stragglers, but no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon them. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us. Yes? Who might you be?
I am the Grey Warden Lore.
I see. I am Ser Bryant, commander of the Lothering Templars. Teyrn Loghain declared all Grey Wardens traitors responsible for the King's death. You know this, I hope.
I've heard rumors.
I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Teyrn claims. But either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though. Just in case.
Right. So about those bandits outside the village.
Maker's breath. How many times must we drive them off?
I killed them.
All of them? By yourself?
It's true. I saw it from my post. It was over so fast, we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service?
No. Thank you.
That is very generous of you. If it interests you, there is a Chanters board outside full of quests that need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now, unless there's something else you need.
No, thank you.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
Doesn't exist. I agree with the idea that the Wardens, Grey Wardens, you know what I mean. The PC's Grey Wardens are probably legitimately good people.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet. No thanks to Teyrn Loghain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Loghain straight soon enough.
If he were well? What do you mean?
The Arl is stricken with an illness that threatens his life. We have found no cure, either natural or magical.
When did this happen?
Only a few weeks ago, but he has declined quickly. No one knows the nature of the illness, and even magic has done little to slow its progress. Our only hope now is a miracle. Every knight of Redcliffe has gone in search of the Urn of Sacred Ashes. Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness, but I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
So, I'm just gonna get this out of the way now. So, this is going to be a negative to story. It's either going to be a full negative or an aggregate negative, and I want you guys to help me decide on this. Because Rendon Howe and possibly Loghain and Jowen managed to poison Arl Eamon with some mega death virus of unmitigated doom that is incredibly overpowering and completely resists both physical and magical means to heal it. Now, this is important because obviously, you know, a lot of magical settings have this thing where whether or not a particular illness or injury is damaging depends on your access and availability of healing magic, right? Like, there's actually some settings where, you know, you might get nicked by a slightly rusty sword and you're looking forward to a horrible, terrible death, or just a quick run up to the healer, depending on your access, right? This setting kind of tends to lean in that direction as well. But this is Arl Eamon, who's one of the most well-liked and well-beloved Arls in the entire country, who has tons and tons of resources and access to all sorts of healing magic. In fact, they flat out open up the story arc by saying that they actually have healer mages on site trying to fix this thing. Now, yes, the mages are a little bit distracted right now, so we could probably argue a little bit, but the only thing that cures this mega virus is some ashes for some reason. Let's ignore the fact that those ashes may or may not have anything to do with Andraste and may just be the lyrium-infused whatever. And it has always bugged me. Every single time I've played this game, it's bothered me about how there's just this mega virus, which is effectively a plot virus. Let's just call it what it is. There's this plot virus that just sort of keeps him, like, in the state of near death. And the only way to cure it is the freaking ashes of Andraste, or whatever they actually are. Right? Like, what? Now, as a further addendum, someone in chat just mentioned, I thought it was that the demon was keeping the Arl from healing. No, it's actually the reverse. The demon is keeping him alive. The only reason he lives until we manage to cure him is because the demon is keeping that bargain and maintaining his life. Like, that's the deal the Desire Demon made with the kid. Yeah, it's basically technobabble. It's a plot coupon. And yeah, admittedly, the ashes probably have some divinity to them, because if it was lyrium, you'd think the mages could figure that out. So, but yeah, full negative or partial negative. I'm ambivalent, but it's the fact that it's the people in charge of making the sickness happen, which is just okay. The fact that it's this mega death disease from doom, this horrible mega poison. The fact that it takes a literal miracle to cure it. And just, I could keep going. There's several things here that just make this to be... It's one of the worst parts of the story for me, is that frickin' poison. Because it's a pure plot poison. It is there so that Arl Eamon has to... you have to go through several side quests before you can get to the part where you can kill him. That's what it's there for. Now, that's not to say that there won't be story positives surrounding those story arcs. But I do think the core plot arc itself deserves a negative. So this is probably get a negatives positives situation. Anyways. Tell me more about the Urn of Sacred Ashes.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
Yeah. I'm a dwarf.
If you're truly interested, there are books here containing a great deal of lore. Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation. I intend to return to Redcliffe soon and tell the Arlessa exactly that, once Sir Henrik arrives.
That's true. We should probably hold off on giving a full negative until later. Your friend Sir Henrik is dead.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest.
So I was kind of hoping to meet Arl Eamon.
Why is that, if I may ask?
We need his help.
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true. Tairn Loghain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden. Whatever the Tairn has done or not done, the Arl remains ill, or worse. That is my primary concern.
Do you think Loghain is involved with the illness?
The Arl fell ill before the king died. But what if Loghain planned that too? Oh, such thoughts do not sit well with me.
We should see what's happening in Redcliffe ourselves. I believe that now more than ever.
If nothing else, I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she could tell you more than I could.
So, why did your request for the ashes bring you here?
I expected to take advantage of the Chantry's library, in fact. But my skills are better suited to battle than chasing down tales.
I should go.
With Henrik gone, I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, good sir. You have been most helpful.
I could kind of see that, Lord Harrimont. The specifics of timing would need to be pushed around a little bit, but I could kind of see that. So we're thinking aggregate negative?
And when the Maker spoke, a chant of light scattered in the darkness. The word
Or two negatives.
fear and ignorance. Let those who cry out from the shadows be comforted. Let those who seek redemption be delivered. Let those who have sinned be forgiven.
And when the chant spreads across all four corners of the world, let it rise at last to the ears of the Maker. Let him hear our unwavering faith. Let him hear our righteous dedication and enduring perseverance.
And then shall the Maker return to us. And then shall the Maker return to the Black City in heaven. And then shall the chant of light make it pure. Let all mankind be humbled. Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
And when the Maker spoke, a chant of light scattered in the darkness. The word dispelled fear and...
Alright, I'm tired of listening to these people.
Let those who cry out from the shadows...
Let's go over here.
Will you be making a donation to the Chantry, my friend?
Are you joking?
A great number of people could be fed and clothed for a fraction of your finery. But you must do as your heart wills. What can I do for you, then?
Finery? I'm probably covered in dust, blood, and other things I don't really want to talk about right now.
A Grey Warden? Here? Oh dear. You put me in a difficult position. You must know that Tairn Loghain declared the Grey Wardens to be outlaws.
So I've heard.
Tairn Loghain? That is as hard for me to believe as his condemnation of the Wardens. There is a price on your head. Lay low, and I promise to keep your presence a secret. That is the best I can do. Now, if there is nothing else...
Right.
May the Maker guard you, Grey Warden.
And when the chant spreads across all four corners of the world, let it rise at last to the ears of the Maker.
Yeah, I suppose we should get our next party member. Let's go ahead and do that.
Let him hear our righteous dedication.
Oh god, we're already getting to the memory leak area. Look at this, look at this. Look at that. Okay. Sure, Harriet. I'm with it.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest? Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps, you would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
I do like moss.
Well, look what we have here, men. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Logain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about a dwarf by this very description? And everyone said they hadn't seen one.
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
You know, she looks so weird to me in this game. Well, so what makes you think we're traitors?
Tern Logain claims the Grey Wardens betrayed the king. Or haven't you heard?
Enough talk! Take the warden into custody. Kill this sister and anyone else that gets in your way.
Right. Let's make this quick.
We will need a fight.
Okay.
I should stir my double.
Another battle, I see.
Take that.
All right, you've won. We did. We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
We didn't betray King Cailan, okay?
What do you want to tell him?
The Grey Wardens know what really happened.
I'll tell him. Right away. Now. Thank you.
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
So, who are you?
Let me introduce myself. I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Oh, I was.
What? My name's Lore. A pleasure to meet you.
Those men said you're a Grey Warden. You will be battling the Darkspawn, yes? That is what Grey Wardens do. I know after what happened, you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
Why are you so eager to come with me?
The Maker told me to.
But the Maker probably doesn't exist.
Then you believe me? I knew the Maker had sent a true dream. A vision that by serving you, I serve his holy plan.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
Sorry, dog. You are now permanently out of the party, with one notable exception. Do I believe her dream? Let me be clear. I don't think I don't think this setting has a god. Let me start with that. But I also don't think that the Maker is a completely made-up thing. I've already given my headcanon. I think there was a powerful spirit a long time ago. Blah, 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 blah. You can make a religion out of this. I just said that. So that being stated, do I think that her actual little vision actually happened? Yeah. But I don't think it happened for the same general reason or purpose that she posits. Let me rewind that a second. Let me start a little bit differently. I think her vision was not externally prompted. I think that's a better way to phrase that.
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the Chantry. I got other gear to sell.
You don't know of any jobs?
Check the Chantry's board by the Chantry. There's good jobs there. I don't suppose you know anything about poison?
I've dabbled in such things.
I figured if I kept asking, I'd find someone. I'd pay good coin for some simple poison. Something to slow them beasties down or make them think twice.
Uh-huh. See what I can do.
Thanks. I might have some ingredients in stock. Don't really know what you need.
So, there's one quest in Lothering for each of the crafting skills. Every single one of them has the exact same format. I don't suppose you know anything about such and such.
What can we do?
Hey, maybe you can go do some such and such for me. Ah, thanks for doing the such and such. Here's a reward that has to do with the such and such.
Hello, stranger. I don't suppose you know anyone that can make traps.
Exhibit A.
I didn't mean to bother you. Sorry.
No, it's cool. I just don't. I'm pretty sure this one is...
You got a bed for the night. You taken care of.
Wrong one. Hawk's fine. I was hoping to help you, actually.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
Even the dialogue is similar. I don't suppose you know anything about such and such. I love it. Anyways.
Have a care where your eyes linger, Alistair.
Yes, well, don't worry. It's not what you think.
I see.
I was looking at your nose.
And what is it about my nose that captivates you so?
I was just thinking that it looks exactly like your mother's.
I hate you so much.
What?
Never mind.
Ham.
How dare you accuse me of thievery? I saw you take the supplies from my car. Your grassland eyes are inept. A chastened would never stoop to petty theft. You marsh folk are all thieves and liars.
Enough! People here are already desperate and frightened. They don't need you two coming to blows.
But what about my food?
I said enough!
I like how she's an actual bard, too. As in the kind of bard who is like Eric over there, who is definitely a bard. By the way, Von Falkenstein, since you never put that towards anything. So, thank you, Eric. Ever and always, sir.
Shockib. Mara de starit, Mara de twasit.
Hi, Stan.
Anakyun. Maras shokra.
What do you think? Should we recruit him? Like, I'm ambivalent. We can just leave him here. To die.
You aren't one of my captors. I have nothing to say that would amuse a dwarf. Leave me in peace.
Who put you here?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is as she says. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
I'm Lore, pleased to meet you.
You mock me. Or you show manners I have not come to expect in your lands. Though it matters little now. I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
What did you do to end up here?
I have been convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
Are you guilty?
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I am responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now.
Right. Aren't you interested in seeking atonement?
Death will be my atonement.
There are other ways.
Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime?
I am fighting against the Blight.
The Blight? Are you a Grey Warden, then?
I am.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
So, I could get you free.
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance, it seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here. Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the Darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
Yeah, so, the Qunari are frickin' terrifying. And horrifying. And horror-terrifying. They're,
Of course.
I mean, the obvious Ottoman parallels are obvious. But what I am most reminded of is... Well, the Ottomans had a policy at a certain point in history. It was actually very simple. Convert or be killed. Sound familiar?
You do not truly think I look as my mother does, do you?
Have you really been thinking about that all this time?
I am simply curious.
And not insecure in the slightest, I'm sure.
I think I look nothing like her.
I don't know. Give it a few hundred years and it'll be a spot-on match.
I said that I look nothing like her.
All right, got it. Totally different. I see that now.
It's his position. Which is much worse if you think about it. Oh, right, wrong person. You. No, I have not, Ubermensch. Oh my god, the memory loss is getting real. Look at that. I would too, Kira White Noise, and that says a lot about how I feel about the Qun. The Qunari are fascinating, don't mistake me. It's kind of like Dwarven society in this game, you know. Fascinating, interesting, engaging. Horrifying, don't want anything to do with it. He is here on a mission, a scouting mission, to establish the severity of the threat of the Blight, basically.
Good day, Sister Leliana. I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
It is good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
Is there something I can do for you, then?
That is a wonderful way to do that, to place that, Kira White Noise. The difference between Tevinter and the Qun is that Tevinter has slavery, and the Qun are slaves. Everyone is a slave within the Qun. I wish to talk to you about Sten.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the Maker. Why does he interest you?
Is there any way to convince you to release him?
Then his next victims might count you and me as their murderers.
So, the idea was you were to release him into my custody.
And what do you say on this, Leliana? You know your friend better than I.
These are unusual times, Your Reverence. With us, the Qunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so desperate? Very well, I trust you. Take these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
Oh man, that would be terrifying to me, Lord Harrowmont. I'm sorry, you asked that earlier, Disco, and I answered you in my head. Yes, I have. Although I've never really done much modding of this game because I've never really felt the desire to. But I have looked into quite a few mods on this one. Mostly cosmetic stuff. Oh my god, yeah, it's really getting bad. I was hoping to finish Lothering first, but honestly, let's just do it now. This only takes like a minute. Memory leak. Click. Let's just give it a second. Okay, here we go. I would agree, Mr. Red. It's not like some other games I could mention. Leliana? Let me start by saying that the Arishok is actually probably one of my favorite characters in Dragon Age 2. The only ones surpassing him are, like, the really big boys, like Varric and... The Arishok is my second favorite character in Dragon Age 2. He is a surprisingly fleshed out, in-depth character. And there's a lot to him, and we probably see our best overall look at the Qun from the Arishok in 2. There's this wonderful bit where he is just sitting there, and I think Sci-Type 5 Debris commented on this as well, and I'll comment on it when we get to that game. There's this wonderful, wonderful bit where you realize that he is bound by the Qun. And he looks at stupidity and greediness and selfishness and backbiting and murdering and all of the terrible, awful garbage dreck that is Kirkwall, and he hates it and he despises it. He's so disgustingly sick of it. But it would all be so much better if all these people followed the Qun, because then they would know their place in life, and then they wouldn't do all this horrible, terrible stuff. But he cannot bring them to the Qun because of the Qun. Because the whole point of the Qun, at its core element, is everyone has their place. Like, there's other things we could say about it, but that's the core essence of what the Qun is. This is your role. This is what you're supposed to do. The idea that everyone fits into a machine. Every piece has a part in the machine. And so, he could fix this, if not for the very thing that could fix this. It's horrific. And he finally snaps. He spends 2 years. He just sits there 2 years just getting messed up and horrified by the whole thing over and over and over.
Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there? No one else?
Mother occasionally had company.
What? Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
Yeah. It was a black Vulcan for some reason. Shrug, Papanix.
You wish something more of me?
I have the key to open your cage.
I confess, I did not think the priestess would part with it.
I mean, does it matter?
Perhaps we have different ideas of freedom.
You can atone by assisting me.
So be it. Set me free and I will follow you against the Blight.
Very well. I will let you out.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
Thank you. Glad to have you with us.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
Of course. I gotta warn you guys, I will never use Sten, with one exception. So Iron Bull is a little bit of a different case, because his whole shtick is the fact that he's... Oh, I don't remember the made-up word, but he's an infiltrator, right? That's kind of his shtick. So he doesn't really qualify in the same sense. And he could possibly, potentially, be the kind of person who decides to choose, the life that he is emulating, or he could choose the Qun. If you'll remember, in our... Ben Harsra, thank you. If you'll remember, during our particular playthrough of... I can't remember what it's called, the last DLC for Inquisition, we didn't raise our Iron Bull rep far enough, apparently, and he decided he liked being a Qun better, so we killed him.
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Cailan, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
But you're dead.
You want to die, do you?
Only one highlight survives Lord Harriman, and it was a joke highlight, too.
Defend yourself!
Watch it!
Make it praise!
Could not have done better.
Well, that's a lot less mouths to feed back in town. No, actually, I have not Nero's Ass, now that you mention it. It's the other highlight, Velvedrix. Losing my saves. I don't remember that one, and I don't think it got into the actual highlights reel. I could be wrong. I put that together a few months ago.
Back! Begin the onslaught! Be careful! Another battle, I see. Cross me and you shall pay! Here comes trouble!
No, I'm okay with him dying, Shadow Machine.
Fear me!
Now we get our hands dirty.
Well, it sucks in every way, Lord Harriman. It's probably telling that I can only say one really positive thing about Two-Hander. I've actually been thinking about this whole time, especially when we were still playing on hard. The biggest problem with Two-Hander, bar none, is the fact that it really only has one ability that makes it useful. Whereas, I don't think I could pull up it right now. Can I? Maybe. There we go. No? That's the wrong one. There we go. Like, the two-handed tree here sucks. It has only one AoE. It has a lot of abilities that are not as well balanced in terms of usage and in terms of utility as other abilities. In fact, really, I would arguably say that two-handed sweep and pommel strike are the two only really useful abilities in the entire thing. Whereas sword and board, you could get this entire thing, and just about every single one of these is useful to some extent or another. Especially overpower, shield wall, shield balance, shield defense, shield block, shield cover, shield tactic, shield metal. Every single one of these is useful to, except for these ones, which are not. Also, we have Dorman Resistance. Now, that's just my opinion, and I am an ignorant moron who knows nothing. But, yeah, there's a reason I consider the overall tier of quality to be mage, rogue, warrior. Archery, I remember archery being kind of useful. Like, say, half-ish useful. But, yeah. I suppose it could depend on the playstyle. If you guys are trying to argue me down from a negative, I don't know. I'm still debating it. You know what? Okay. I will not give a negative to imbalance, even though I do legitimately believe there's an imbalance. However, I don't have the ability to properly prove that, because in order to properly prove that this game is imbalanced, I would have to play through the entire game multiple times on hard difficulty, and frankly, I don't have the time or interest to do that. So, I'll go ahead and walk away from that one. Now, I'm going to give a negative to gameplay. I'm sorry. I am going to give a negative to gameplay. Is balance important in a single-player RPG? Without respec? Yes, absolutely. Because respecing fixes this problem a little bit. So, okay, let's rewind for a second here. Balance in single-player is very important because the better balanced a game it is, the more playstyles are feasible. The more ways there are that you can play through the game and enjoy, and have it still be reasonable, right? So that's awesome. But there's also the fact that if you... It is... Anybody who's a game designer of any kind, even me, and all I've done is some tabletop pen and paper stuff, will tell you that balancing is a nightmare. Actually trying to math everything out and make everything useful is just a hellscape of Death Doom. So, realistically speaking, you reach a point where things are basically balanced enough. As long as it's not a multiplayer game. That's a whole other avenue. As long as it's not a multiplayer game, you know, there's a point where it's okay to be reasonably balanced. The problem is twofold. First of all, no respec, which is a big thing. Because if you don't have a respec, you can build yourself into a corner. You can build yourself into something you don't like. You can build yourself into something that's crap. It's possible to have truly atrocious builds in this game. And I guess that's it. So, those two things, right? Yeah, Diablo 2 syndrome, exactly. Now, Diablo 2 did eventually add a way to respec, but Dragon Age Origins does not. Yes, I know that Awakening has a respec, and yes, I know there's a mod that's a respec. In fact, I have that mod installed. But again, the problem is the game doesn't have that, which means the game doesn't get credit for that, which means with the combined problems of building yourself into a corner and the possibility of having issues with that, I think that deserves a negative. For the same reason, I would probably give that to Diablo 2. Yeah, System Shock 2 is actually is a really good example of a game where you can build yourself into a corner. That's an excellent example. It is possible to make some truly atrocious builds in that game. Did I... One moment. There we go. Actually, honestly, there's another game I could think of right off the top of my head. Alpha Protocol. Alpha Protocol is also a game in which you can really build yourself into a corner. Just by taking the wrong things or not really knowing how the game is constructed. I actually did that by accident my first time playing Alpha Protocol, and... What difficulty were you playing on it? No, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to get into it. You and I disagree. We're done. Moving on. We've reached the disagreement point. Yes, Harnett, absolutely. I'm debating something. So what's funny, I just realized something. We're talking about, you know, gameplay balance and lack of respec and building yourself into a corner. That's actually not the negative I was going to give at all. I wasn't even thinking about that. It's just we kind of directly ended into that. No, I like getting asked about it, Console Hide. It reminds me of why I hate my life. About an hour and 19 more minutes, Grey Wolf. While we're on the subject, by the way, and this is a good example with regards to Alpha Protocol, I mentioned it's entirely possible to build yourself into a corner. One of the easiest and simplest ways to not build yourself into a corner is to have a walkthrough, or to look it up online, or hit a Reddit thread, or ask your friends. And I know this is just my opinion, and I know not a lot of people share it, but in my opinion, if you have to rely on outside material to judge such a thing, then we have a problem, right? I actually have another example of this off the top of my head. Dragon Quest VIII. See, in Dragon Quest VIII, you... how do I phrase this? Dragon Quest VIII has a finite number of points you can get to raise things. And some of those builds are substantially less serviceable and worthwhile than others. And there's no respec. And the only way to even get to the point of some of those builds is to level substantially. So basically, you really, 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 really have to be picky about what you put your points into in Dragon Quest VIII, unless you're planning to min-max or go to endgame or whatever. Now, one of Huthor's point that he brought up was, you know, I was talking about min-maxing. To be clear, I am not. Allow me to try and visually present this here for a second. See you around, Killing You. You're bearded. Yeah, exactly, Dream Whisperer. If you have to play a certain class or spec or whatever to be at this level of optimization over here, then who cares? Like, to be as blunt as I possibly can. Because this is at the absolute upper end of percentage of quality. This is for speedrunners or challenge runners or tassers, or in a MMO kind of a setting, this is the people who are doing the highest end of content. There's always going to be a best spec, a best build. Sure, whatever. That's up here, doesn't matter. If you're somewhere in this range, I'm a little more lenient about that. Because again, the meta will always be the meta, right? So being in this range, trying to do harder stuff, stuff that, you might not be able to do at a certain level, or maybe really, really good, if you're lucky, it might work. Okay, sure. It's when we get over to here that it starts to bother me. This is why I refer to building into a corner. Because building into a corner doesn't mean you're not at the top end of feasibility. It doesn't mean you're not doing the best possible min-maxing you can. Building yourself into a corner is when you are substantially at a huge negative because you weren't sure what you were doing. Or you didn't know how the game worked, or not everything was balanced properly, or whatever. And we've listed like 8 examples of games that are like that just in the last few minutes here. That's when it I tend to think that that's a problem. When you build yourself down here, basically by accident, or without some kind of external influence to help you guide you on what's actually good with regards to the setup. I got another example of a game I actually really enjoy. Arcanum. Of Magix and Magictic, it's Flagelflam. Now, in that game, every build is absolutely not feasible. And that's a problem, because Arcanum is a pretty rough game. If you know what you're doing, you can be mean and doomy, but yikes with the disparity, you know what I mean? Now, Lord Harrowmont, it's just going to get funnier this whole run, puts out a valid point within regards to this game, and that's the fact that you can crank the difficulty down to easiest. While that is true, and I'm not going to try and dissuade you from admitting that because I already gave a plus. In fact, I gave 2 pluses, just to remind you for that exact point. I admit that you're probably not going to get to the point where you're never going to build yourself into a corner in this game because of the existence of easy difficulty. But I can say with 100% certainty that you could build yourself into no longer enjoying the game in Dragon Age Origins. I can say that with 100% certainty because I can name 2 people that I know personally who did exactly that, and one of them is me. Yeah, there's just something unenjoyable about realizing how badly you've built your character. What was my first build? We already actually talked about this. Human Noble, dual wield, warrior. Hated it. Actively disliked playing through the game. Now, that's on me. I didn't look it up. I didn't know how I wanted to play, what playstyle I would enjoy. Obviously, I do enjoy playing this game. Absolutely. Because I enjoy playing this game as a mage quite a bit. It's actually something that I'm totally down for, and in fact, I've been idly debating trying to use mods to turn myself into a mage at this with this existing save game. But sure, Luthor. Plus for mod support? Nope, there's no mod support in this game. This game doesn't have either of aspect of mod support. Anyways, I still haven't gotten to the actual negative I want to give. The actual negative I want to give is actually very, very simple. Of course there's mods. That doesn't mean there's mod support. There's actually 2 layers of mod support. We had a huge discussion about that during RimWorld. There's mods for Dragon Age Inquisition. That game is mod hostile. The reason this game has tons of mods is because people are totally into it. And people wanted to mod it, But no, like I said, there's 2 layers of mod support. There's some kind of, mod structure built into it. And then there's active support and encouragement of mods. to layers of that. And both of those can be positives, and both of those will be positives in future games. Unfortunately, this game gets neither of those. That's fair of Von Falkenstein, but unfortunately Inquisition is going to get a very, very rare gameplay negative for that. Because it's one of the only games I can think of that's actually mod hostile. Single player, obviously. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting way off topic. So, I'm still debating whether the lack of respec and the build yourself into a corner, not enjoying yourself gameplay is a possible negative. Especially since you don't really... this is just my experience, and Huthor, maybe you can toss in on this as well. But it's entirely possible... Technically, I haven't reviewed Inquisition, no. It's entirely possible that you don't agree on this. But within this game, it takes a while to really get a feel for your class. Now, that's true with most RPGs. But it's a problem when the combination of no respec, building yourself in a corner, not enjoying playstyle thing, all comes into play. A game that you have to play for 10 hours to get to the point where you realize you're not having fun. There's a reason I put this game down for so long after my first time I played through. Because I didn't enjoy the playstyle so much, I didn't want to pick it up again. The second time I played it as a mage. And all of a sudden I was actually enjoying myself again. For reasons I think I've already listed. So, this is why... I can't believe this. You guys have actually talked me into a negative here. I haven't even talked about the negative I wanted to give. Because, yeah, I think this is a detriment to the game design. And there's ways around that. There's ways to mitigate that. The most obvious example is what's usually referred to as a taste of power. Have an intro section where you have all the abilities of a specific class or build, and you can use all of them to see what you think of the playstyle. Dragon Age 2 actually does that, and it's one of the reasons why I stuck with a two-handed warrior build when it came to Dragon Age 2, because I actually played the intro to Dragon Age 2 3 times to try out the classes and to see what I liked. And I really believe that that's an excellent way to deal with this problem. Because the other solutions to this problem are... So, you've talked me into the negative, guys. God, I can't believe this. That might be one of the only times this has actually happened. Yeah, Dragon Age 2 two-handed is absolutely inferior to Dragon Age 2 Sword and Board, but it is very fun to play. Big hands. So, I don't understand what Huthor's problem is here, personally, but for me, I think that allows a lot more extensive emoting, you know? It allows us to really help to explain part of what we feel and why we feel that way, and I don't know, it's just me, personally. Oh, sorry. So, combination of lack of respec, the balancing issues, and build yourself into a corner, either in terms of capacity or playstyle, general fun factor, and the fact that you don't really feel how your class plays until hours and hours into the game leads to a negative. There you go. That's all of those factors combined. Now, so I'm going to say something that's going to make everyone in chat laugh at me and hate me and tell me I'm incredibly stupid. So tactics don't work on the character you're controlling. That's the negative I wanted to give, is the fact that tactics don't work on the character you're controlling, in direct contrast to, say, FF12. Now, there's two big problems with this, in my opinion. Problem number one is, that means you stand there doing absolutely nothing. Here, I'll demonstrate. We're going to go up here, and I'm going to do nothing, because I'm controlling my character. I will not move. I will not battle. I will be absolutely idle. Now, this isn't a huge issue except for the fact that targeting this game is kind of wonky. Especially if you don't do pause constantly in order to make sure that you're targeting the right guy. You've actually probably already seen this happen twice so far in hard difficulty. I actually had problems making my character do something.
You should go bowling and save some dignity.
Now, I start targeting back. We actually saw this earlier with the little dinosaur dude.
Run while you can.
There's a related problem with this, though. And that's if you bounce around a little bit. Do you see that pause?
Here I am.
Basically, there's something that I guess there's not really a lot of things that can actually do anything about it. I don't think there's a lot of ways to mitigate this problem. But the long and the short of it is, if you bounce around without properly giving them orders, then sometimes they'll just kind of be stupid. Like, say, constantly doing whatever it is the last thing you was told them to do, or just standing there for 2 or 3 seconds before their AI kicks back in, and so forth and so on. Little stuff like that, right? Nothing huge. But the fact that your character just dead sticks while you're controlling them actually irritates the piss out of me. And it is, I'd say, about 60% of why I didn't enjoy playing a melee in this game. Now, if I'm not making my point, allow me to try and make this more clear. Having to do this on every enemy while moving through combat, it's kind of irritating to me. Now, a lot of games have a mitigation for this. They have this thing which is basically toggle. World of Warcraft does this, for example. It's toggle auto attack. So, you know, you target someone and you just, as long as you're in range, you swing at them. Pretty simple concept, right? Rather than having to either swing manually each swing, Elder Scrolls, or click each target individually, this game. If all I had to do was manage the yellow damage of being a melee, I would probably enjoy it a great deal more. Now, a mage is much better with regards to this, because a mage is almost entirely managing the yellow stuff, managing your abilities and skills. This is one of the reasons I enjoy playing mage so much in this game. Because my white damage basically doesn't matter. I'm more thinking about my positioning, you know, zooming out like this, and like, okay, I want to go over here, and I want to set this over on this area, and then I want to, let's see, I want to drop a grease up here. I know you can't see my mouse, but, you know, I'm going to drop a grease up here and do this, and blah, 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 blah. So it doesn't really matter because I'm constantly doing stuff as a mage. The very nature of mage gameplay actually fits the lack of gambit control. With a melee... Now, this is doubly funny because this sort of thing is something that they had done properly in both Baldur's Gate and KOTOR. And do in the future with future Dragon Age games. So this is like the weird exception. This is the one weird exception for a game in which the character you're controlling stands there and dead sticks. And I don't understand that. Like, it would make much more sense if it was a toggle, right? If there was an option. Like, there's kind of an option for these guys. Here, I'll even show it to you. It's, oops, wrong thing. There we go. It's this option right here. Disable tactics. So the option is actually in the game. Right there. It's just it doesn't apply to whoever you're controlling. So anyways, negative to gameplay. This is going to sound really strange, Glarin, but I've never heard of that. I wasn't aware BioWare released any toolset for this whatsoever. Can anyone else back this up? Or give me a link? Because, I mean, theoretically, yeah, if they release a toolkit, then that would qualify. What do you know? Plus to gameplay. For mod support. I honestly never even heard about this. That's only one positive, not two. But they still get that positive, absolutely. Thank you for watching my show, Nymph. I've put that towards Valhalla. So let's see. I think that's everything for the moment. So, one of these days we'll actually leave the tutorial area, I swear. And we're there on positives. And where are we at on stories? Stories, plus, and we're kind of building another one. I should put it on the list there. There we go. Okay. Right. Nope. There was one other thing I wanted to look up, and then I got distracted by that. Hang on. Sorry, I need to check one thing really quick. Give me just a moment. Yeah, 500 megs. I like how there's a warning there about how large that file is. Hello? Okay. I'm sorry, give me one moment here. Okay, we'll do that off camera then, because that's taking too long already. We've just been sitting here talking about game design for the last 40 minutes at this point. Let's move on. Let's go meet some vultures, shall we?
Away with you, foul creatures! Leave us alone!
Cross me and you shall pay! I am your You will run.
That's true, Von Falkenstein. And it makes perfect sense that they wouldn't do that with Dragon Age 2, considering how horrifically under the gun they were for time and money.
Another call. Try not to look too incompetent. It's embarrassing.
This will not end.
Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged.
Well, this isn't a lore run, it's a review. Although we do actually have a lot to talk about design-wise in this game, so I suppose that's valid. I do hold this game up on a bit of a pedestal, but as I think this will show here, I'm not afraid to criticize something I love. Which at this point sounds like saying water is wet, but I feel like I keep having to say that because I keep encountering people on the internet who don't seem to understand that you can criticize something you love. One of these days. One of these days. Anyways, you're welcome.
The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
I doubt you want to travel with the Grey Warden.
Grey Wardens? My, that does rather explain a lot. No offense, but I suspect there's more excitement on your path than my boy and I can handle. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune, though.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
I mean, if we're being 100% honest, what Sandal is he's a joke. He's a running gag. That's what Sandal is. Let's just call that what it is. I don't think he's the maker. I think he's an unfortunate accident. Besides, we know the maker doesn't exist. Meanwhile, in hell... You know, the best part is they don't really go into the motives of the archdemons all that much either. If only we could have proper explanations for all these things.
Well, it is real. Sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
So, is that a dragon?
I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. But yes, that's the Archdemon. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me, too.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Alistair.
That's what I'm here for. To deliver unpleasant news and witty one-liners. Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
See, I guess for me, given the level of intelligence and clear, crafted design behind what the Archdemons do, you'd think there'd be some kind of motive there. Some goal in mind. It might not be a sane goal, but, you know, some kind of goal. That's just how I've always, you know, thought of that. Remind me, Lord Harrimont, I'm sorry. No! Okay, so, actually, we need to talk about something. We need to talk about the SS Normandy. Because that's kind of where we're at right now. You'll have to give me a moment, because I was just given money for some reason. I don't know why. I suck at my job, but I still appreciate you guys supporting me, even though I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So thank you very, very much, Ben Deckler. Very much appreciate, sir. Thank you. And I will put that towards Valhalla. I'm not saying the whole name. Ironically, Huthor, I agree with you. If you asked me to put the Normandy hasn't aged well. Well, let me get on the elevator. One of the well, see, the Borg have a defined goal, though. The Borg are seeking perfection. They are chasing the goal of self-improvement, which is one of the reasons they're such a good foil for the Federation, is, you know we must self-improve ourselves. It's the same with the Borg, just the Borg do it by conquest. And they're awesome and perfect in every way. No disco, oh my gosh. But yeah, in my mind, I've always felt that what the Archdemon is there's a certain level of pain, which I've actually experienced in real life more than once, which basically destroys your ability to function. I call it debilitating pain, when you no longer have the ability to walk properly, right? And when you're at that level of pain, you also lose the ability to think properly. There's sort of a flailing that goes on, for lack of a better way to describe it. It's very unpleasant, very horrific. And frankly, that's kind of always been my headcanon for the archdemons. They are in a horrific level of pain, and so they tell the horde to gather and to march. Someone earlier made the joke that the archdemon just A-moves. Now, what's interesting about that is we actually have definitive proof that the Darkspawn know how to use tactics. What's not clear is whether those tactics come from the Darkspawn or the archdemon. Both are possible. Now, in Dragon Age Origins, the tactics come from the Archdemon directly, in which case my previous theory is completely torpedoed. However, the Darkspawn do still manage to operate and function and be a threat regardless of the existence of a demon, which leaves a gaping hole in that logic. So something directs and guides them other than the Archdemon, like regardless. And as I said, we don't know what that is. But yeah, the idea just basically being that the Archdemon is like, go! Anyways, let's not talk about the Archdemon and the Darkspawn even more than we already have. Nobody wants to talk about that. What I want to talk about is the Normandy. So, a common element in a lot of games is to have basically a hub. A home area which you can go to, and you can talk to your party members and reconnoiter with the ones that you don't have in your party, because screw you, we only have 3 party members available. And, you know, we have... it's kind of your home base kind of a thing. Now, as much as I do absolutely love this game, can I just say that the camp is probably one of the worst hubs I've seen of this type. My opinion. And there's a couple of reasons why. The first is this is kind of nonsensical. It's a camp. Like, as we move on the overworld, we come here. And it's always this spot. Oh, the music's great. I'll absolutely give you... It's always this spot. It's the same... In game terms, it's the same loading area. But in lore, it's just where we're camping at any given point in time. Which has always bothered me a little bit, because one of the points of this kind of a thing is that it's supposed to be the sort of thing that you are invested in, your home base. In fact, funnily enough, they actively have a mechanic in this game where the enemy will attack you at the camp. There's actually a well-known bug in Dragon Age Origins where that won't trigger under certain circumstances. But the point of that is the same narrative point it usually is. Oh no, they're hitting us where we live. But we don't live in the camp. It's a camp. It's another random plot of land we put down our tents at. And so it's never really worked for me. I don't think it's negative worthy. I just think of the various hubs that BioWare has used over the years, I think this sucks, comparatively speaking. The only thing I like about it is the usual aspect of the hubs. You know, I like going to the Normandy and talking to everyone. And the music, which, as mentioned earlier, is actually really cool. Now, I think Dragon Age 2 does a better job of this, because we have our... Well, first we have his home, and then we have our home, both of which work. We actually move up in the world. Second of all, I also really like Inquisition's take on this. Both of those as well. And of course, I love Mass Effect as well, the Normandy, and the Normandy SR2. Yeah, you also get emissaries, which might as well not even be there. Yeah, Awakening does this better too. You literally get the Keep in Awakening. And the Keep is an awesome thing, in my opinion, for various reasons. Long story short, like I said, I don't think this actually qualifies as an actual negative, but... this is definitely not going to be a positive like, say, the Normandy probably would be. So,
You're a hard man to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy. Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the Coins? Levy the Trader?
That's true, Harriet. So I'm Lore. I've never actually heard of you.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled.
What promise did Duncan make to you?
My family... well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden commander of Ferelden back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Arland banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
Okay.
Hard to say. After King Arland died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one, and our family was on the run, hunted by enemies, with nary a friend in the world. But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride.
Okay. I'm surprised you kept the name.
Our family's only crime was guarding the kingdom against the Blight. We're not ashamed of that.
So, what favor did Duncan ask? Or what favor did you ask of Duncan?
I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honour.
I've never even heard of Soldier's Peak.
Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Arland's days. At least none that's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak, and I found the way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honour.
Why didn't Duncan help you?
Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new Wardens and meeting with good King Cailan. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostagar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but he never had the chance.
Very well, I'll help you.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
All of the above, Disco. Alright, so... this is actually pretty complex of a thing to talk about. Because that guy is there to say, hey, do this DLC. And it's... obviously, we don't see that because we're playing the Ultimate Edition. The Ultimate Edition comes with everything. So, you'll notice none of that felt like anything was unusual. It's just an NPC giving you a quest. He references a civil war, which isn't actually supposed to have happened yet, but other than that, there's nothing out of place about it. The problem is, when this was actually launched, what he'd do is he'd sit there and he'd basically say, buy this DLC. It was really aggravating to a lot of people. In fact, a lot of people point to that exact moment as the specific first thing that BioWare did that really started to kill off, BioWare and the core, core quality that BioWare was known for. And I kind of agree, if I'm being completely honest. That was one of the earliest scummy things they ever did. It's kind of the horse armor equivalent, No, von Falkenstein. If you were paying attention, what he said was, oh, there was a civil war. Loads worse than this one, is what he specifically talked about. Anyways. So yeah, that can be really, really frustrating and irritating. The catch is, the method we've always used for these reviews is that we review the specific version of the game we're playing. Because we kind of have to, right? Because there's so many different versions of a lot of the different games we play that we can't really take everything into account, right? I can't review FF4 on the SNES, GBA, PS1, PSP, DS, PC, and phone simultaneously. We have to pick one. And so, as a consequence, I kind of have precedence for not giving any negatives for the existence of that NPC. It's just some dude who's like, hey, and, is decided to give us a quest. And it's just one of the DLC quests. It's going for the keep. But it was totally scummy back in the day. So you can see why I'm kind of torn on this, right? Oh yeah, sorry. There is actually one other thing I don't like about about the camp. He will not shut up. He just barks and barks and barks during cutscenes. Like, especially if you're talking to Liliana or Alistair, both of them are in close enough that you'll actually keep hearing the barks during the cutscenes. You're supposed to bark when you actually detect something, Oscar. That's how that works. You're smart enough to know this. You're a Mabari. You bark when something's coming. Anyways.
Ah, it's good to see you, my timely rescuer. Bodon Feddick, at your service, once again. I saw your camp and thought to myself, what safer place to rest for the evening than in the camp of a Grey Warden? I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes?
Sure. What are you selling exactly?
Anything, everything, but all of the finest quality. No cheap trinkets here. And my boy Sandal happens to be a bit of a hand with enchantments. Oh, yes. Sadly, it also makes us a target for bandits and the like. If there were spare hands to hire as guards, I would have done so long ago.
Have you been following us?
I can see why you might be suspicious, being a Grey Warden and all. Were I in your shoes, I would feel the same way. Trust me when I say that my encountering you here was serendipity and nothing more. I travel a lot, so I'm bound to meet everyone on the road eventually. If you prefer, I'll take my boy and be on my way. But regretfully, you're the safest spot on this road, without a doubt.
You're free to stay.
Wonderful. Thank the gentleman, won't you, boy?
Thank you, sir.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
So, he's another reason why this doesn't really work for me. If this was one decisive spot, like, say, a keep that we managed to retake for the Grey Wardens, then sure, okay, that lines up, that makes sense. But this is wherever we happen to be at any given point in time, and he's always here. We could finagle that, and obviously I don't want the gameplay, irritation of not having access to the vendor, but I'm just pointing out to give yet another reason why I think the camp was not a great idea.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
What enchantments does he do?
He can fold lyrium into almost any weapon or piece of armor, though naturally some of the more extravagant materials will take more lyrium than others. It's a process that some of the master smiths back in Orzammar will perform, but my boy here is just as adept at it. Isn't that right, boy?
Enchantment!
And there you have it.
Sorry.
Oh, certainly, I can do that for you. Just come with me.
I do like Bowden and his boy. Don't mind me. Just, yeah. Oh, right. I want to buy, not sell. I want a 7 gold. Oh, I have enough. An uncrushable pigeon, which I'm going to give. Oh yeah. So, here's all the stuff. It's all fairly obvious what's what. Which things that do what to whatever. But these are the built-in cheats that one of the DLC gives, which, again, for reasons I mentioned earlier, I'm actually completely in favor of. The idea is these are things that you can give to drastically raise your rep with someone, or drastically lower it. Like, the uncrushable pigeon is an obvious one. You give that to Shale, and she frickin' hates it. Or the butterfly sword for Sten. I think that one's for... Or is the chastity belt for... I actually don't remember what all of them are off the top of my head, if I'm being 100% honest. But there's one that's designed to be a huge up, and one designed to be a huge down for every party member. Except for the dog, obviously, who doesn't actually have a rep thing. So, big rep thing. And ugly boots, that's Liliana. Duh. I think you're right. Chastity Belt, I think, is for Zevran. Why did I buy the ugly boots? I didn't actually mean to do that. I'm going to take those back. He didn't... oh, whatever. Oh, apparently there is a one for the dog. My bad. Why is there a rep for the... The dog doesn't even have rep, does he? No, he does. It's just cranked. It's plus 100. Huh. Who knew? Now, you can tell I care about the dog. I should add one other thing. So this game doesn't actually have... Someone kill Mr. Red for me, please. This game doesn't have... Why would you use the dog, Crazy Nurse? That's so strange. This game doesn't have a good alignment meter, which was really coming into vogue at this point in gaming history. You know, Infamous, the Fallouts. It also doesn't have, you know, the Paragon Renegade kind of a thing like, you know, later games would do. Instead, what it has is individual reps for each of the characters. Now, this does have some impact on some things, but it really only has one major impact, other than obviously getting them to leave the party. The major impact it has is at a certain point they gain an ability, a passive, I believe, in all cases. And it's almost universally worth picking up and is something worth grabbing.
If there's any...
I'm not sure what I think of that, but I do like the fact that that's there. So what's your story, Bowden?
I suppose since you told me about you being a Grey Warden, it's only fitting for me to be as open. I'm originally from Orzammar, just as you are, I suspect. You don't have the look of a surface dwarf about you. I was a merchant there, too. Merchant caste. These things are in the blood, you know. You can't just leave them behind. I ran a fairly successful business. Rare artifacts, you know. Old things, grand things. The nobles loved them. Reminded them of the lost glory days, I suppose.
I prefer Dragon Age 2's system as well. You can be very rivalrous with someone or very friendly with someone and both kind of work, and I like that idea. So, why'd you leave?
One day, a noble woman came to my stall. She looked around for a bit and then started shrieking in dismay. Apparently, she believed that a pair of braces I had for sale once belonged to her brother. He'd been lost in a cave-in, you see, while on an expedition to clear out the Darkspawn from one of the tunnels running close to the city. They were made specially for him. They're unique, she shrieked. He stole them from my poor brother's corpse. She had me arrested on the spot, of course. Nobles, they're touchy like that.
Yeah, nobles are just weird. So, what happened then?
Well, I didn't steal them. You see, I'd been paying these castless thugs to venture out into the deep roads for me. The lost tigers. They're full of things that people left behind. Sometimes you can find a treasure. Something worth a little gold.
I see.
The noblewoman, she wasn't too happy with the theft of her brother's braces. I don't know what they planned for me, and I didn't want to find out. Bribed the guard that was watching me and took off for the surface first opportunity I got. Never looked back.
And here you are.
Yes, here I am. Now, is there anything the boy or I can get you?
Hang on. Where do these goods come from? Because these aren't from the deep roads.
Look, we don't rob people, all right? We don't take things from people that need them. The things in the Lost Tigers, what good did they do lying there? I brought them back to Orzammar, where people could look at them and remember. It's not all that different up here. There are places long abandoned by the humans everywhere. Even more now with the Darkspawn coming.
So, what do you mean exactly?
People flee from the Blight with good reason, but they forget things. Things with value and meaning. They leave them behind because they're frightened and desperate. And sometimes, my boy and I, we find our way to these places before the Horde descends, and we save these things. I take them away so the Darkspawn don't get them. Is that so bad? They destroy everything they touch.
You know, the only thing that bothers me about this, really, is that he tries to justify it in the way that he does. No, we sometimes we find our way to... What he should have just said is, yeah, we swoop in before the Darkspawn again, loot what we can, and then we try to sell it back to people. If he was just completely forthright with it, if he was just completely overt about it, it wouldn't bother me, because he's just trying... He's being too slimy about it, you know? Okay, you're a vulture. I get it. I don't care. I'm an adventurer. I loot dead people all the time.
That's what I tell myself, too. Ah, these are dark times indeed. Dark times, my friend.
Right. You didn't talk about your son.
Ah, yes. I'm married to a fine woman back in Denerim, it's true. She'd give me a son if she could, but that's not likely to ever be. Sandal here. I found him in the deep roads years ago. Abandoned, I think, and he was never quite right in the head. I took him in, and I brought him with me when I came here to the surface. He may not be my blood, true, but I think of him as one.
We left Orzammar.
That's right, boy. Maybe one day we'll see it again.
So generous of you.
It's not as if I don't benefit, mind you. Turns out the boy's a natural working with enchantments. He might have even been lyrium-addled. I never thought of that before, to be honest. Happens sometimes. He can work an enchantment into just about anything, however, given some time. Could probably open his own shop, if he knew how.
Enchantment.
Well, he does seem to enjoy it, at least.
To be clear, I don't think Bowden's an evil person. I just think he's a vulture.
Of course. Good fortune to you and yours.
And that's because he is. But he's not evil. You know, I'm not trying to throw shade at him. Other than the slimy part. Okay. I can't remember the last RPG where we've just played an adventurer. Like, there's a lot of RPGs where we start an adventure, and then, surprise, you're actually the devil, or whatever. Oh yeah, so, world map. This can be interesting. The way this works, the world map actually changes over time as you progress through things, and there's this whole kind of... The Blight stretches across the southern area and completely encompasses things. I believe Lothering is... Nah, Lothering isn't gone yet. It will be! Each of these is exactly what it sounds like. Each of these is a major encounter. That's the DLC we just got. Over there is Denerim, which has a huge number of stuff to doing. Yes, I missed him in Inquisition. There was that one reference in Trespasser, but that was it. That's the Dalish, that's Redcliffe, which is obvious, and a huge story arc. The Mage Tower is over there. That's where we get the ashes, and of course, there's Orzammar. And over there's Orlais. Don't worry about them. They don't matter. No, I'm in leather armor. I was reducing my stamina thing. But yes, this is basically Baldur's Gate, but another step forward. Hi, Cord. So, I only have about an hour, half an hour left. So rather than even start any of those quests, we're just going to talk to people.
Yes?
So, I'd like to talk.
Well, here I am.
Hang on. Mandekler asks a question. Should there be a timer for the invasion of Denerim? Yes and no is my answer to that. I would love it if it was an option. If there was a toggle. Do you want a limited amount of time to play the game? Fallout 1 style, right? You have X time before, you know, the game is an auto loss. Sure. However, I also think you shouldn't be forced to live with those kind of in-game timers unless you want to. So, give me a toggle. Sure, I'm done. I'm down for it, you know. So tell me about this vision of yours, Leliana. Since you're such a vision yourself. I'm just kidding. You look terrible in this game.
I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream. In it, there was an impenetrable darkness. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell, and the darkness drew me in.
So, you dreamed of the Blight?
I suppose I did. That was what the darkness was, no? When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do, but that day, the rose bush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw, but there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith.
So, I haven't given an extensive opinion about Leliana. Let me say something that is my opinion of Leliana really quick. I don't think she has faith. I think she has hope. And I think there's an important distinction between those two things. She doesn't actually believe in the things that she says. She hopes towards ideology that she wants to eventually be true. Not, I am walking the chosen path and therefore it is right. You see the distinction between the two? This would also help to explain a lot of things about her, and, well, frankly, given what we know about her past, that makes perfect sense. So, what about this made you want to help me, Leliana?
In my dream, I fell. Or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the Blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the Blight devours everything?
Well, I did stream it for a week, Narlax. So, I suppose I couldn't sit by either.
That is why you're a Grey Warden. Come, there's a Blight to stop.
Lol, Lord Harriman. I haven't decided yet, Cubic, but probably yes.
What do you need?
You want to talk about Duncan?
You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I did.
Woof, woof, woof.
I should have handled it better. Duncan warned me right from the beginning that this could happen. Any of us could die in battle. I shouldn't have lost it, not when so much is riding on us, not with the Blight and everything. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize.
I'd like to have a proper funeral for him. Maybe once this is all done, if we're still alive. I don't think he had any family to speak of.
What about the other... Actually, hang on. He had you.
I suppose he did. It probably sounds stupid, but part of me wishes I was with him, in the battle. I feel like I abandoned him.
No, I understand completely, but he did save your life sending you to the tower.
Yes. I know. I think he came from High Ever. Or so he said. Maybe I'll go up there sometime. See about putting up something in his honor. I don't know. Dwarves don't practice cremation, do they? How do your people honor your dead?
We entomb the dead within stone.
I heard about that, now that I think about it. Their spirits return to the rock, strengthening the foundation of the Tig. It sounds so strange.
No stranger than burning your honored dead to ashes.
I suppose you're right. Thank you. Really, I mean it. It was good to talk about it, at least a little.
Anytime, Alistair. Maybe when you go to High Ever, I'll go with you.
I'd like that. So would he, I think.
And Barkspawn is there, Shadow Machine, because of course he is. Hyperspeed Folklore asks, does my character believe in the Maker? So there's two answers to that. No, and no. The character I'm playing right now, which is just I'm playing for a review, obviously doesn't because he's a dwarf. But my actual canon playthrough, which is with Zithmias, which I believe is the playthrough we did with the Loran, who is the mage, he also does not. But that's because he's not from this planet, so, that kind of... It gives you a little bit of perspective on things,
What do you wish of me?
I just wanted to say hi.
We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Yeah, no kidding, Glaren. So why are you still here?
I am here because Flemeth commanded me to aid you. Why? Do you wish me to leave? I can do so if you prefer.
No. Do you want to leave?
If I wanted to leave, then I would go. I remain, so do not ask such pointless questions.
Oh, okay, there goes 10 rep with her. That's about right. How you doing, boy?
Oh, why, you little...
What? Did you just jump at the side of your own shadow?
Your furry friend here took offense at me getting near his food. He snapped at me, look.
That was a warning. He could have taken your hand off.
Don't you think I don't know it? Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach me.
Magic, Disco. Cosmetic magic.
Why are we stopping?
We're working together. I think it would be good to get to know you.
There are darkspawn to be fought. Is this delay needful?
I need to know if I can trust you at my back.
I am Kunari. I have given my word to aid you. We are not people of idle promises.
I've never seen a Kunari before.
No.
Wait, what? Why not?
People are not simple. They cannot be summarized for easy reference in the manner of... The elves are a lithe, pointy-eared people who excel at poverty.
You did say you were in the army.
I am.
Present tense. So, have you fought in a war?
I have always fought in war, dwarf.
So you know your way around the battlefield.
Some of them. They aren't all alike.
Are you always this bad about answering questions?
Generally. I do not see how this matters. Seheron and Parvolan are distant. Ferelden and the Darkspawn are immediate.
Very well. Hey, what's your hurry?
What a strange language you speak. You say hurry where I would say duty.
It's not your duty to handle the blight, though.
No, it is yours, and you are chatting with me instead. As you wish.
Wow, I didn't lose any rep with that one. Wow. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Okay. So let's go do this. So we'll take, yeah, probably Lord Harrowmont.
Yes.
Indeed.
Let's do the default party for right now. So one thing I do like is the yellows are separately distinguished from the whites. These are the DLCs, and the whites are the main quest stuff. That is nice. Like, we could go to Flemeth's Hut right now, but so debate. I'm not sure what the Kunari would think of the Borg. Of course we're going to kill Flemeth. Why wouldn't we? I really want Wynn in my party. And going to the docks kind of... So, okay. I have kind of a preferred mental order of events here. Story-wise, I think it makes the most sense to go to Redcliffe first, find out what's going wrong, head to the Mages area, go through the Mages area, go back to Redcliffe, sort all that out, and then branch out from there, probably geographically. Orzammar first, then over to Denerim, and finally to the Brazilian outpost. Now, or the outcurse, excuse me. That being said, that's just me, and it could be in any order you want. I mean, that's up to you. But I think that's the general order we're going to go in. So let's start the Mage Tower. We won't finish it today. I do like how they're bothered to render the thing. It's a really, really, really basic, simple model back there, but they do a good job of disguising it, so credit where credit is due. I will also be spending some time off camera to try and mess with my character. We'll see how that works out.
Yes.
Let's kind of take care of everything here while we're here, because we're going to need that money. Yeah, so one other thing Lord Harrowmont mentioned, and I actually want to give this a positive. So this is kind of a combined 30 things at once thing. So, money is not actually all that hard to come by in this game, as long as you're willing to be a dick about it. You can actually, if you are a relatively selfish and or evil person, you can be swimming in cash in this game. And, it's worth noting, money is actually pretty valuable in this game overall. Most of the actual best gear is worth, is stuff you purchase with money, and you can get tons of good supplies, which are basically mandatory if you're playing on the harder difficulties. So, money is useful. I'm sorry, I'm confused, Icefrost. You go to Redcliffe, you defend Redcliffe, you find out what's going on with Eamon, then you go to the Mage Tower. Because now you have a definitive reason to go to the Mage Tower, in addition to the other reason you have to go to the Mage Tower. Anyways, point being, money is useful in the game. Now, if you're a good person, you know what you get out of this game? What I find most amusing about this is I'm not the only person who's pointed this out. And that actually makes me feel good, because it's not just me. It's not just me that has noticed this. Because if you are a decent person, people say thank you. So in other words, what you get out of it is satisfaction. And that's kind of it. People say thank you, and the voice acting helps sell that. But for the most part, there is no gameplay benefit for being good in almost, not all, but almost every case. There are a few exceptions to that. But even then, from a purely gameplay perspective, from a speedrunning perspective, there's not really a lot of benefit to being a good person. I like that. In fact, this is actually probably my favorite game ever to be a good person in. And part of it is because of the fact that the game does a really good job of satisfying me for being a good person. Like, I suppose that sounds evil to say it that way. But what I mean by that is when people say things like, thank you, again, the voice acting is good enough that it sounds like they mean it. Right? Like, it sounds like it's easier to believe you have legitimately just helped someone. That you have actually just made someone's life better. That's why I call that satisfaction. And I like that a lot. And I like the fact that the game doesn't try to give you, good points or high karma or whatever. There's also several choices which aren't really necessarily good or bad. They're just pick your poison. Or open palm points, to use another BioWare example. BioWare loves this trope. We don't meet... Even in Mass Effect 1, which is a decent game, there are some significant issues with the fact that you have to go all the way into Paragon to get all the benefits, or all the way into Renegade in order to get the benefits. Infamous, of course, does this all over the place, and there are other exceptions. Some games will simply lock you out of content if you are too evil or too good, depending. Yeah, BioWare was all over this trope. Hell, arguably, this was even true in Baldur's Gate 2. They didn't really have an evil-good thing so much as, the rep thing, and you could actually lose party members thing, but still, it was there. Anyways. Long and the short of it is, I like that, and I kind of want to give a plus to that. Gameplay or story? What do you think, guys? Because I can actually hear an argument for, either. I would agree Jade Empire is the worst. There's like 3 examples. We talked about this when we were playing. There's like 3 examples in Jade Empire, which are what they should be.
Why, bless my soul. What's a distinguished personage like yourself doing here?
I'm looking to get across the tower.
Don't hold your breath. No one's been allowed to cross the lake for days. I'm the ferryman. Leastwise, I used to be. Poor old Kester. Out of a job.
Oh, yeah, I didn't... So why can't I get across?
Gregor just came down and said, "Don't you worry, Kester. We got it all under control, we do." Didn't say nothing else. And then he puts Carol in charge of my boat. Lissy. Named for my grandmum, she was.
Who's Gregor?
He's Knight Commander of the Templars up in the tower. Good man.
Right. Is something going wrong in the tower?
I told you, They didn't tell me nothing. And if I know they're mages, I'm better off keeping out of their business. If I had to guess, I'd guess it had to do with magic. But the tower's always got something to do with magic.
I do have to get there. I have official business.
Don't look at me. I told you I'm not the ferryman no more. Gregor's told me to stay here till it blows over. But I'm telling you, some storms don't blow over easy.
Right. Well, thank you for your help.
You're too kind. Your type don't usually give my type the time of day.
I don't know what you've been seeing, buddy. Yes, we will, Harriet. Hopefully. I'm going to make a hard save before we enter the Fade. And if we don't enter the Fade, then I'm going to have to figure out why and how to fix that. Yeah, so let's go into the Fade.
The mages built their tower out in the middle of Lake Kalanhad. They have an aversion to practicality or something?
I mean, actually, there's a lot of practical reasons to have a mage circle tower in the middle of a lake, but let's not get into that.
You're not looking to get across to the tower, are you? Because I have strict orders not to let anyone pass.
Okay. Listen, I'm a Grey Warden. I seek the assistance of the mages.
Oh, you're a Grey Warden, are you? Prove it.
Actually, I do have documents.
Yes? Oh, a Grey Warden seal. Aha! So you're claiming to be one of those. You know, I have some documents, too. They say I'm the Queen of Antiva. What do you think of that?
Aren't the queens female?
Don't question royalty. Anyway, it was nice chatting with you. Now, on your way, right now, go.
Okay.
Yes, be off with you. Much better things to see in Ferelden than this musty old tower anyway.
Hang on. Unfortunately, I don't think I can just change party members here. Nope, I'm wrong. I can. We'll eject Morrigan. Because of obvious reasons. Let's bring a Kuhn, shall we? That's so much safer.
You ever wonder why the mages built their tower out in the...
You're not looking to get across to the tower, are you? Because I have strict orders not to let anyone pass.
I'm a Grey Warden.
Oh, you're a Grey Warden, are you? Prove it.
But...
Yes. Oh, a Grey Warden seal. Aha! So you're claiming to be one of those. You know, I have some documents, too. They say I'm the Queen of Antiva. What do you think of that?
You're obviously a Templar.
And if you can't prove you're who you say you are, I'm not letting you in. Anyway, it was nice chatting with you. Now, on your way, right now, go.
Can't we work something out?
I don't know. I am feeling a little peckish, though.
You want me to find you food?
Parshera, here. Munch on these if you like.
Oh, cookies!
I am content to part with them if it saves us from this fool.
Where did you get those?
There was a child, a fat, slovenly thing, in the last village we passed. I relieved him of these confections. He didn't need more.
You stole candy from a child.
For his own good.
Yummy. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, yes? We can go across now, if you really want.
Hang on.
I'll just be here. Just standing. Waiting. Don't mind me.
Okay. So, hang on. I don't actually remember the more... What's the frickin' party window? Button. It doesn't have a button. Okay, whatever. For the greater good.
Very fitting that they would build a prison for mages in the middle of a lake and make it look like a giant phallus.
Towers are not phallical. God damn it, I hate that.
You're not looking to get a... Oh, you're a Grey... You know, I have some... Anyway, it was nice chat... That dark-eyed temptress over there. Surely the tower would be far too dull for her. Because it gets a little lonely out here sometimes. And, you know, you could just leave her with me.
Oh, excellent. I have been hoping for new prey.
Prey?
'Twill take but a moment. Perhaps you should go aboard the vessel to prepare while we are away. We must row ourselves across. I fear the lad will no longer have the use of his limbs or his eyes once I am done with him.
Oh, well, maybe I should,
Wonderful. I can sense his terror. Oh, that will make the loving all the sweeter.
So you said you wanted to get across. Maybe we should go now, right now, now.
I'm not evil, I swear.
And I want 2 men stationed within sight of the doors at all times. Do not open the doors without my express consent. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
The doors are barred. Are they keeping people out or in?
Now we wait and pray.
Hello, Gregor. I do actually like Gregor. I probably shouldn't, but he's a straight fish, and that's part of what I like about him. I agree. This game is funny. Plus to story. Humor. Oh yeah, I should probably jot a few things down here. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Kira White Noise. Gregor leans towards good, but when he doesn't have options, he just does what he gotta do. So, Alistair, Morgan, Loghain, Duncan, Lelianistan, Shale, Oghren. There we go. Just gonna jot all those down. Those have actually been on the document for a bit, but I haven't been adding them to the HUD because I'm a moron. Oh yeah, I should also add... Actually, funnily enough, Meredith, I think, was supposed to be like Gregor. And honestly, I think Meredith would have been like Gregor if not for the final... for Act 3. Because if you remember, Meredith is actually surprisingly reasonable and understandable. A little bit... She's not a good person. I don't want to sound like Meredith is a good person. But she is, in many cases, portrayed as more extremist than she actually is. And in many cases, especially if you work with her, she's perfectly reasonable. And more than willing to work things out. Now, yeah, the Red Lyrium thing is basically what turns her from being a reasonable person to... And I've explained many times why I dislike Act 3 of Dragon Age 2, and I stand by that statement. But it's a damn shame, because I think Meredith could have been an excellent ally amongst the Templars, similar to how Gregor would be, if not for, that. But let's not get into that. It doubly does, it irritates me that the Red Lyrium thing, if I could rant for just a second, the Red Lyrium thing is obviously supposed to be a plot hook / foreshadowing / oh my god kind of a thing. Except it's not paid off until Dragon Age Inquisition, and even then not as well as it probably should have been. Like, the Red Lyrium Idol was this big plot point throughout all of Dragon Age 2. Literally, from the end of Act 1 until the end of Act 3, the Red Lyrium Idol is this big thing. And then it just kind of stops, and they never really address it again until we start talking about exactly what Red Lyrium actually is. And even then, we never actually addressed the nature of the Red Lyrium Idol or anything like it. It felt like they just took that plot thread and just threw it out the window. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Hi, you're Gregor.
Who are you? I explicitly told Carol not to bring anyone across the lake. We're dealing with a very delicate situation. You must leave for your own safety.
So I seek the mage's help because there's Darkspawn.
I am weary of the Grey Warden's ceaseless need for men to fight the Darkspawn, but it is their right. You'll find no allies here. The Templars can spare no men, and the mages are indisposed. I shall speak plainly. The tower is no longer under our control. Abominations and demons stalk the tower's halls.
And a lot of guck.
The circle is lost. The tower has fallen.
What can I do to help?
I have sent word to Denerim, calling for reinforcements and the right of annulment.
The what?
The right of annulment gives Templars the authority to neutralize the Mage Circle. Completely.
The mages are probably already dead. Any abominations remaining in there must be dealt with, no matter what.
This situation is dire. There is no alternative. Everything in the tower must be destroyed so it can be made safe again.
Now here's the horrible thing. Gregor has a point here. Bringing the nuke here is actually relatively valid given the scale and scope of the problem here. Uldred is possessed with a frickin' pride demon. This is a legitimate emergency. However, I do think that he should be a little bit more lenient in how he applies this. In other words, I think he should probably try to make at least a few more forays in to try and rescue whoever they could before they decide to go ahead and pull the nuke option, especially given the fact that the nuke option may or may not actually work. Now, I say all this with the proviso that they don't have access to a PC. Because a PC is always just kind of a game changer when it comes to anything, even in lore. But yeah, as Kira White Noise points out, Wynne and several children are right down the corridor. They're right over there. Again, this is why I think, yeah, PC has Doom installed. And so does a fridge. But I think this is why he should have been willing to send some forays in, scout a little bit, and then go ahead and pull the right of annulment. Thankfully, he has access to the PC, so he does have the other nuclear option. So, the mages are not defenseless. Some will still live.
If any are still alive, the Maker himself has shielded them. No one could have survived those monstrous creatures. It is too painful to hope for survivors and find nothing.
I'll look for survivors.
I assure you, an abomination is a force to be reckoned with, and you will face more than one.
And I am entirely confident in my abilities. It is the right thing to do.
A word of caution. Once you cross that threshold, there is no turning back. The great doors must remain barred. I will open them for no one until I have proof that it is safe. I will only believe it is over if the first enchanter stands before me and tells me it is so. If Irving has fallen, then the circle is lost and must be destroyed. May Andraste lend you her courage, whatever you decide.
I agree with that, Kira White Noise. He has faith in Irving because he's long-term friends with Irving, but yeah, he has no faith that the mages can be decent or deal with themselves at all. It is worth noting that regardless of circumstances, just before these events he had to deal with Jowan, a blood mage amongst their own ranks, who was converting one of his own, the initiate, into being his girlfriend, at least from his perspective. So there is a recent reason for his faith in the mages to be shaken, but frankly, I don't think there was much faith there to begin with. My opinion.
I wish this were over. We're running low on supplies, and I don't know how much longer we'll last.
Do you need help?
We need the abominations and demons out of this place, if that's what you mean. If you have anything to trade, that would be helpful too.
Of course. So, before we move on, I think this is a good cutoff point, but I want to talk about 3 other things really quick. Also, apparently I hit no when I meant to hit yes.
We're running low on... Yes! Would you like to...
There we go. I meant to hit yes. I don't know why I hit no. Hey, a backpack, which I can't afford. So let's get rid of that. That very carefully selling. Don't want to sell the wrong thing there. Oof. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of all this. I do not have nearly enough money to buy that. He does have some nice stuff, including that thing. +2 to all attributes, 20% nature resistance. +1 mana regen, +1 stamina regen, +10 physical resistance. 106 gold. Anyways, he also sells some other little fun things up here. I could cheat in some gold, but I don't like to cheat for reviews. And I don't plan to start now, with one notable exception. I didn't give a plus or minus. I never finished talking about this. So I just want to get this out there. I never give a place a minus for. Fair enough, Lieutenant Leroy. I never give a plus or minus for Ostagar because it was mostly just serviceable and functional. It wasn't really that great, and it wasn't really that terrible. As far as the actual tutorial area, which is Lothering, I've judged a lot of tutorials in my gaming career, not just as an actual reviewer, but just in general as a person who plays video games. Lothering's, it's not that great of a tutorial. It is, to borrow the phrase that Kira Whitenoy said earlier, it's functional. It's not great and it's not terrible. You can gain 2 additional party members there, both of which are optional. You can learn about how many different functions think. You learn about how the coercion stat works. You learn about how transactions work. You learn about, there's all the crafting quests, which tell you how that works. There's the pseudo go explore area, and there's a few people talking about things, and they just kind of, there's a bunch of foreshadowing hooks to tell you where you're going. And we also kind of are led up to the main merchant we'll be dealing with for most of the game. And that's basically it. Nothing really all that fancy or flashy. However, the one thing I want to mention, yeah, exactly. This is something that I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad thing, but it needs to be discussed. Oh yeah, it also introduces Party Manager, thank you. Lothering is the only part of the game that is structured like a tutorial. And it's the 3rd area you go to in the game, assuming you only do one origin. Like, you have your origin, and the origins all vary in quality from a purely gameplay perspective. Then you do Ostagar, which is mostly just kind of there and functional. And then you go through Lothering, which is actually structured like a tutorial. And then you can actually start getting on with it and playing the game and choosing whichever direction you want. That feels off to me. It wouldn't actually surprise me if Lothering was designed well in advance and was the kind of thing that was supposed to be first, and they just couldn't figure out a way to make you start in Lothering. So, you know, they had you start in your origins, because of course. But then they didn't design the origins to be tutorials. Not really. And then they have you go to Ostagar, and then blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. I feel like this is unusually structured, is what I'm trying to get to. Now, the catch here, of course, is I could almost picture this. Picture this for a second, okay? There's an office. A bunch of people are sitting around in whatever it is those people wear. You know, I'd be the only one there with a suit and tie. And, right, okay, so we all agree that Lothering is going to be our tutorial thing. Yeah. Well, how do we make the tutorial affect the origins? Well, says someone in the back, we could just make it so each origin functions as a tutorial. Well, yeah, but wouldn't that make Lothering kind of redundant? Well, we could skip Lothering. Yeah, we already did so much work on it, though. That's a good point. Okay, what do you think? Well, well, hang on, there's another problem. If we put all the tutorials in the origins, we're going to have to restructure 6 separate sections of the game. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, And we're already going to be working on this game for 6 years, and it's actually one of the longest and most troubled developments they've ever had, other than Anthem. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Yeah, okay, let's just leave it as is. It's not a big deal. People have played these kind of games before. They'll figure it out. The other problem with Lothering, which is actually a good thing, technically, this is why it's a good tutorial, is that it's almost entirely optional. Almost everything about it is completely optional. You have to encounter the bandits at the first, which there are multiple ways around it. And then you have to have the discussion between Alistair and Morrigan, which you can race through in seconds. And then you can leave. You could just leave Lothering at that point and not do any of the other stuff there. Believe it or not, I think that is good design. It's one of the only things I think Lothering does right. Oh yeah, and you also on the way out you have to fight these. So you have to deal with the bandits one way or the other, the initial bandits, and then you have to have the 2 conversation points, and then you have to save Sandal and Bowden. That's basically it. All the other stuff, which you can spend a couple hours there, completely optional. So, either way, I think that could have been structured better, which is why I'm not going to give that a positive. Now, having said all that, I've decided to stab Lord Harrowmont. Stab! There we go. Anything else you want to add on the pile, Lord Harrowmont? Is there anything else I forgot that's mandatory? Because you still haven't changed my opinion on the fact that Lothering is almost entirely optional. You can enter Lothering and then you can leave Lothering. My statement is still true, no matter how much you slice it up and technically it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to give this game a gameplay positive. God. Oh, wait, I already did. Damn it! Damn it, I already gave the gameplay that. Oh, well. I already gave the game a gameplay positive for it. I was going to give it a positive for All Roads Lead to Rome quest design. Because as anyone who has played this game will tell you, there's a lot of ways through a lot of these areas. The mere fact that you can get almost every single one of your party members out of your party or killed should say a lot about how many different ways there are to go through this quest. I didn't even realize until years after I've been playing this game just how many permutations there are to go through this. Because normally I don't think of doing things that are incredibly horrific and evil, right? But you can. There are a lot of ways. You can get Wynn killed in just a bit here. You can do that. There's a lot of ways to get through the quest in this game. And it's actually probably one of the better examples of All Roads Leads to Rome quest design I've ever seen. In fact, I actually want to posit a second positive for it. Hear me out. You did, Tarth Tyrant. You did. Because it's not just All Roads Leads to Rome. It's legitimately branching gameplay. You actually can choose which path you go on multiple story arcs, and you can choose how a lot of the story actually develops and goes. And if we completely ignore Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition for a second, it makes sense why. As I've said a few thousand times, this was designed to be a standalone game. And if you have a standalone game, you can have a lot more branching narrative. That's one of the reasons why this game is so incredibly branching, and why Dragon Age has had so much of an issue with the branching narrative ever since they turned it into a franchise. This is one of the biggest reasons why the choices you made in Dragon Age Origins have effectively no impact whatsoever on Awakening or Dragon Age 2. It wasn't until Inquisition that they finally figured out how to make all those choices come through and matter. In my opinion, that's one of the better parts of Inquisition, by the way. Just my own personal opinion on that. Inquisition did a really good job of satisfactorily, no pun intended, acknowledging what you did in the last two games and actually making it, relevant. And now, if only Inquisition actually had a good plot and a good villain and good gameplay. But anyways, point being, I want to give the game another positive for branching. Branching narrative, branching quest design. So. Good companions. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I can never think of his name, but the Tevinter guy is awesome. It's funny, Damashi. Whenever I bring up bad gameplay when it comes to any Dragon Age game, the most common defense of it... Dorian, thank you. The most common defense of it is Mage. Which amuses me tremendously, because it's true, isn't it? Mages are always the best designed class in any Dragon Age game. Anyways. Damn it. Well, not only that, Mr. Red, but I think I've always had this impression that mages are the best, or I don't want to say best, that mages are the most designed because it's Dragon Age. And if you know anything about this setting, you know that mages are that much more in lore. Like, mages are a big deal in lore. Mages are completely overpowered in lore. Like, that's a thing. That's part of the setting. It's one of the reasons why being a mage carries such a tremendous downside in lore. And by downside, I mean like 3 downsides, which are all tied together. So it makes a degree of sense that they would try to design them so much. Now, Lord Harrimont says mages are not that much overpowered in Inquisition. And while I kind of agree with that, I would still say mages are better designed in Inquisition. And they're certainly funner to play as. But I'm getting off topic. Anyways, so in case you missed that, I also gave a plus to story for branching narrative. Because the way the quests and stories and plot go are substantially different depending on your choices. There's not a lot of games that get a branching narrative story plus, but here we are. And yeah, Arcane Warrior is probably the best example of what I'm talking about. Arcane Warrior is just stupid. This is also another reason why I like playing a mage in this game, because in lore it makes a lot of sense that the Super Doom, the Super Doom Warden, the Warden, would be a mage. Same thing with Hawk, actually. But I'm going to have topic. I've talked a little bit over. Like I said, we're going to chop off here. I'm going to try and fix a few things and see if that works. If not, whatever. Either way. Tomorrow's Saturday, right? Yep, tomorrow, 10 a.m. EST. We will be continuing as ever and always. I hope to see you there. See you around, guys.